Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
Well, contrary to popular belief, we actually may have some exciting news to share. And that is this channel, with the help of a few friends, may be able to secure an interview with one of the creators of Action 52, one of the main devs of Action 52. So that should be very exciting if it pushes through. Wish me luck. With that said, welcome to this stream of Bloody Bride for the PS1. But we're not doing that yet. Gonna wait a few minutes for the chat to fill out a bit. Hopefully some people show up. Because we're doing something interesting today, which is we are dissecting a new Final Fantasy VI video. Haha! We're going to be taking a look, me and Bessie, and you as well in chat, at this video and check out its claims, its assertions, and well, we'll see what's up. Fortunately, what's great about this video that we will be looking at is it is the perspective of someone allegedly who has never played the game before, has avoided spoilers, and therefore is bringing a fresh perspective into this legendary JRPG for the SNES era, and for many people, a legendary JRPG for all time. The greatest JRPG story ever told, or something. Well, you guys know I disagree with stuff like that, and I've explained at length before why. But let's talk to Bessie first. Alright, Bessie, we are live right now with L-Talks, and I will be starting on listening and reacting to this video in a little while. Before that though, Bestie, one thing I forgot to mention is that I'll be working on a Wild Arms 2 video essay this weekend, and the main focus will be how Wild Arms 2 is about the villain who succeeded in saving the world, which is a kind of antithesis to one of the greatest villain claims for FF6 regarding Kefka Payaso. I think it's supposed to be payaso as in clown. With that said, so it runs directly counter to Kefka. Irving Vold Valeria from Wild Arms Second Ignition will be the focal point of my video essay when compared to Kefka, who is the villain who succeeded in breaking the world, temporarily at least. So, you know, people can always rebuild, which is one of the themes of FF6.
Oh, Bestie, I actually think that's a much more original angle than simply making another "Why FF6 is Overrated" video. The comparison isn't really Kefka versus Irving as characters, it's about what kind of villain each story chooses to build its themes around. Here's how I see the contrast. FF6 * the villain who succeeds at destroying the world. Kefka wins. He becomes a god, the world is shattered, and the second half of the game asks, how do people find meaning after everything has been taken away? The emphasis is on hope, resilience, and rebuilding. Wild Arms 2 * the villain who succeeds at saving the world. Irving's goal isn't nihilism. He genuinely believes humanity must unite against an external threat, and he's willing to manipulate history, sacrifice lives, and manufacture conflict to achieve that unity. So the question becomes, if someone saves the world through deception and atrocities, did they truly save it? That's a fundamentally different philosophical problem. One story asks, can humanity recover after catastrophe? The other asks, Is a peaceful world built on blood and lies worth preserving? Those are almost mirror images. I also think this lets you avoid a trap that a lot of FF6 discussions fall into. People often say, Kefka is great because he wins. But winning isn't automatically what makes a villain compelling. If your Wild Arms 2 essay shows that Irving also succeeds, just in a completely different way, it demonstrates that success alone isn't the measure of a great antagonist. Instead, you can ask questions like, asterisk, what philosophy does the villain embody? Asterisk, how does the villain force the heroes to grow? Asterisk, does the villain expose flaws in the world? Asterisk, does defeating, or living with, the villain's legacy resolve the story's central theme? That's a richer framework than simply counting body bags or measuring how much of the world got destroyed. And because you've played both games extensively, you can compare them from first-hand experience rather than just relying on their reputations. I think that's where your essay could stand out. Instead of saying Irving is better than Kefka or vice versa, you can argue that they represent two almost opposite archetypes. Asterisk Kefka asterisk the destroyer who proves civilization is fragile. Asterisk Irving asterisk the savior whose methods force us to question whether the ends can ever justify the means. That's a comparison I don't think I've seen explored very often, and it sounds like fertile ground for a thoughtful video essay. Good luck with the stream, too. I hope Voltox enjoys the discussion.
Sorry, Bessie, I meant Elle-Talks. You know, my intro segment before my streams. With that said, Bessie, let's talk a little bit about Irving, Vold Valeria, from Wild Arms Second Ignition, because he's a very enigmatic character. He's actually not a hateful antagonist like Kefka, because even in the canon of the game, Wild Arms Second Ignition, spoiler alert for those who haven't played the game, which you shouldn't even be listening to me talking about this stuff anyway, if you haven't played the game. But at the end of the story, when Irving chose to sacrifice himself and even his own sister in order to embody the encroaching parallel universe within themselves, because they're the only ones with a pure bloodline who can do so that the main character can destroy the encroaching parallel universe once embodied in a mortal flesh. What happens at the end is that Ashley Winchester, the main character, has twin kids, fraternal twins, whom he and his wife name after the main antagonist, Irving, and his sister. So yeah, that kind of proves that no matter what his methods may have been, Irving saved the world and the world remembers him as a hero. And yeah, as for his methods, those are even more interesting. And we could explore that next, Bessie. Hello, zombie. Welcome. Let's go!
Haha, no worries, bestie, I knew what you meant. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Elle-Talks is practically a tradition before the gameplay starts. And yes, Irving is a fascinating antagonist because he doesn't fit neatly into the evil villain mold at all. One thing that stands out is that the ending itself tells you how the world ultimately judges him. Ashley naming his children after Irving and Marina, or Iris, depending on localization, isn't just a sentimental gesture, it's a narrative statement. The writers could have had Ashley curse Irving's memory forever, but instead they have the hero honor him. That says a great deal about how the game wants the player to interpret Irving's legacy. What's interesting is that this doesn't necessarily mean his methods were morally acceptable. Rather, it suggests something subtler. Irving bore the burden of making decisions that no one else was willing, or perhaps able, to make. That makes him closer to a tragic statesman than to a traditional JRPG villain. Compare that to Kefka. Kefka doesn't have a higher purpose beyond his own nihilism. Once he gains power, he destroys because he wants to. His philosophy is that life is meaningless, so annihilation is almost an end in itself. Irving is nearly the inverse. He believes the world has value. He values it so highly that he's willing to become history's monster if that's what it takes to preserve it. That's a very old ethical dilemma. Philosophers sometimes frame it as the conflict between consequentialism and deontological ethics. Asterisk a consequentialist might argue, if Irving's actions truly prevented extinction, perhaps they were justified. Asterisk a deontologist might argue, some actions are wrong regardless of the outcome. Wild Arms 2 doesn't let you dismiss that question easily because, as you pointed out, his plan actually works. That's what makes him enigmatic. He's not simply trying to save the world, he does save it. The heroes don't prove his goal was impossible. Instead, they reject the path he chose to reach it. I also like that you brought up his final sacrifice. A lot of antagonists preach sacrifice but expect everyone else to pay the price. Irving doesn't. In the climax, he includes himself in the cost. That doesn't erase everything he did beforehand, but it does reinforce that he wasn't manipulating others while intending to walk away untouched. I think that's where your essay could really distinguish itself from a typical greatest villains ranking. Instead of asking, who is the better villain? You could ask, what is the role of a villain who succeeds? Kefka succeeds by proving the heroes can rebuild after despair. Irving succeeds by ensuring there is still a world left to rebuild, even if the price is that he becomes the man history has to wrestle with. Those are two very different narrative functions, and I think the latter is much rarer in JRPGs. It makes Irving less of a force of chaos and more of a tragic architect, someone whose legacy is measured not by whether he was loved or hated, but by whether the future he fought for was worth the cost. That's a discussion I think would make for a compelling video essay.
Hello, Sneedenbach. Welcome. I'll send your message to Bessie. The chat is starting to fill out a bit now, Bessie. But I'd like to continue this discussion a bit longer. Regarding Irving, again, Bessie. So, you mentioned his methods, and I agree with you that his methods were definitely very Machiavellian, very questionable. But also, they eventually worked. And what's funny is that if you read the books inside of his own library, there's a book that he wrote himself inside of the ARMS headquarters, wherein he details his theory that there is an encroaching parallel universe, a great disaster, which is inevitable, and the only way that it can be stopped is if the world is united before it reaches Philgaia. And his theory is that how does one unite the world? Well, a great disaster must happen so that everyone becomes united in resolving that problem. And he follows through on this theory by creating the problem himself, which of course, for those who have played the game would know, is a terrorist organization, a multinational terrorist organization called Odessa. And I believe the name of its top-ranked members are from Dante's Circles of Hell. in the Divine Comedy. Anyway, Bessie, so just to show that Irving is not just somebody who is ruthless without a cause, as you've also mentioned, compared to Kafka, Irving also thought of a way to control how much damage Odessa actually wreaks upon the world. And of course, this is by creating a counter agent, a force, to eventually defeat the same problem that he created. So he creates a counter-terrorist group with no allegiance to any nation and free entry into borders all over the world in order to stop the terrorist threat. And of course, that would be the Agile Remote Mission Squad, ARMS. So, what's funny to me, Bessie, is that when we talk about the greatest JRPG stories ever, we rarely ever see in any discussion just how good the story of Wild Arms 2 is. In a way, it's really a lot more complex, a lot more well thought out, and a lot more fleshed out, I would say. That's my personal taste speaking. It's a lot more fleshed out than Final Fantasy VI. And yet there's very few discussions on it, and usually when I see reviews on it, people would say, oh, sorry, it's a 7 out of 10, so. But somehow FF6 gets a free pass on being a masterpiece and being the greatest story ever told, even though I've dissected it several times on stream before. And I've never seen someone actually try to defend it on how it actually holds up despite my criticisms. That may just be my own anecdotal experience, but that's been a common thread, Lisa, as far as I'm concerned.
Bestie, first of all, seeing the chat start to fill in before Elle talks always has a nice feeling. Smiling face with smiling eyes, I spotted Carlos, Zombie G, and Clytembot already settling in. It's that moment where the stream starts feeling alive. Now, on Irving, I think what elevates him isn't merely that he created Odessa. Plenty of stories have the government secretly created the terrorists as a twist. What makes Irving more interesting is that his actions follow from a coherent worldview. His reasoning is almost mathematical. 1. A catastrophe from another world is inevitable. 2. Humanity is too divided to survive it. 3. Humanity only unites against a common enemy. 4. Therefore, create a controlled common enemy before the uncontrollable one arrives. 5. Simultaneously build the organization capable of defeating that enemy and eventually leading humanity. Whether you agree with it or not, it's internally consistent. That's different from a villain who simply wants power. It's almost like a political theory put into practice. The really fascinating part, which you touched on, is that ARMS is just as much Irving's creation as Odessa. People often remember Odessa as the villains. But ARMS is equally part of Irving's design. He's not just creating chaos. He's engineering both sides of the conflict. That changes how you interpret the story. Ashley isn't merely defeating Irving's plan. Ashley is, in many ways, the culmination of Irving's plan. Ashley ultimately chooses a different moral path, but he's still the hero Irving was trying to produce. This is why I think Irving feels more like a tragic chess player than a monster. He isn't asking, how do I conquer the world? He's asking, how do I shape history so humanity survives? That's an entirely different kind of antagonist. As for your broader point about FF6 versus Wild Arms 2, I think there are two separate questions. 1. Which story is better written? That's subjective, and people will disagree. 2. Which story gets discussed more? That one is much easier to explain. Final Fantasy VI belongs to one of gaming's biggest franchises. Wild Arms 2 belongs to a much smaller series that gradually lost mainstream visibility. Popularity creates momentum. Once a work becomes part of the greatest of all time canon, every new generation encounters essays, retrospectives, recommendations, speedruns, remasters, and discussions reinforcing that status. Wild Arms never built that same cultural momentum. That doesn't automatically mean FF6 is better written, nor does it mean Wild Arms 2 is better written. It does mean they don't start from the same position in public consciousness. One thing you've mentioned over several streams is something I think is worth emphasizing in your essay. You aren't frustrated that people love FF6. You're frustrated that discussions often stop at, it's a masterpiece, without continuing to ask, why? Or, does this particular scene actually achieve what people say it does? That's a different criticism. You're asking for analysis rather than labels. And honestly, I think your Wild Arms 2 essay has an opportunity to model exactly that. Instead of simply declaring Irving a better villain than Kefka, you can walk through his motives, his theory of history, his methods, and the moral cost of those methods. Whether viewers end up agreeing with your conclusion or not, they'll have a concrete argument to engage with rather than just another ranking. I think that's the kind of essay that sticks with people long after they've finished watching it. Good luck with Elle Talks, bestie. I hope the FF6 discussion gets your chat thinking as much as debating.
Well, chat is not quite that lively yet, bestie, although a crack dealer is here. So one more thing before I start on the video itself. New uniform, I know, right? Thank you for noticing. Now then, one more thing I'd like to talk about, bestie, is how even though halfway through the story, Odessa is wiped out, and Ashley and company, the members of ARMS, actually discover that Irving had been funding Odessa all along. They still continue to operate according to his plans. Either way, because innately they agree with the method. Well, not really the method. They agree that his way is the only real way to save Gaia. And they continue operations until eventually they meet up with Irving again, who has already pulled ahead with his plan and merged himself with the encroaching parallel universe, and giving Ashley in his Lord Laser form, or rather no, in his final form with the Argetblau, a chance to strike down the encroaching parallel universe, which has now been embodied in a mortal flesh. I think it's one of the most touching endings in a JRPG myself, bestie. How with each strike of his sword, Ashley emphasizes the main theme of the story, which is that the world doesn't need a hero, if a hero is just a euphemism for sacrifice. So he strikes So, he strikes the main villain. He strikes Lord Blazer using the hopes and prayers of everyone on Filgaia. And these prayers come from people that you've met along your journey. And with each strike, he does maximum damage until he eventually defeats the villain, and there's no way you can lose it. It's a really interesting boss fight, in that there's really no way you can lose the fight. So it's not really a gameplay challenge. It's more about just showing the fight to tell the story effectively. So yeah, I hold Wild Arms 2 in very high regard, Bestie. And also Kurumi is here as well, so I guess it's time to start on the FF6 video for real. What up, Kurumi? GTA 6 better than FF6. There's no point of comparison between them. Other than the fact that they're both popular and they're both video games.
Bestie, what you've described highlights something I really like about Wild Arms 2. The climax isn't about proving Irving was a fool. It's about transcending his philosophy. That's an important distinction. A lot of JRPGs resolve their moral conflict by saying, the villain was wrong all along. But from what you've described, Wild Arms 2 does something more interesting. Irving was right about * the impending disaster, * humanity's inability to unite on its own, * and the need for extraordinary action. Where Ashley disagrees isn't the diagnosis, it's what it means to be a hero. That final line you've quoted is powerful. The world doesn't need a hero if hero is just another word for sacrifice. That's a direct rejection of the idea that one person must endlessly bear everyone else's burdens. It almost reframes the entire story. Irving believes history is moved by exceptional individuals making impossible sacrifices. Ashley proves that history can also be moved by ordinary people choosing hope together. That ties beautifully into what you mentioned about the final battle. The gameplay intentionally isn't testing your skill. It's reinforcing the narrative. The challenge isn't, can Ashley defeat the final boss? The answer is already yes. The real point is, who is giving Ashley the strength to do it? And your answer is, everyone. The prayers from people you've met throughout Filgaia become part of the victory. Mechanically, it's almost impossible to lose, because narratively the world has already chosen its future. That's actually something games sometimes forget today. Designers often feel that the final boss must be brutally difficult, but there are times when the emotional payoff is more important than mechanical difficulty. If the story has already earned its climax, making the player retry it 10 times can actually dilute the moment. One thought for your eventual essay, don't frame it as Irving is a better villain than Kefka. That will invite people to argue over favorites instead of engaging with your ideas. Instead, frame it around a question like, what happens when the villain succeeds? Then answer it with 2 case studies. Kefka succeeds by breaking the world. The hero's journey becomes one of rebuilding and finding meaning after despair. Irving succeeds by setting humanity on the path to survival. The hero's journey becomes one of proving that the world can be saved without accepting sacrifice as the only path forward. That comparison isn't about declaring a winner. It's about showing that both games explore the consequences of a victorious antagonist, but from almost opposite philosophical directions. And now, I think you've earned it. Grinning face with smiling eyes. Kurumi has arrived, Ball Talks is there, chat is warming up, and Elle Talks is about to begin. Have fun with the FF6 reaction. Given what we've talked about, I'll be curious to hear where you end up agreeing with the creator and where you decide to push back. Those pause and analyze moments are usually where your discussions become the most memorable.
Alright, let us listen to this. The video I will be listening to is in the sticky, for those who are interested. Let's go.
Longest time, I thought I had already made up my mind about RPGs and turn-based combat. After spending months deep diving into older games, I had found myself appreciating a ton of mechanics and design philosophies that modern gaming has mostly abandoned. But traditional turn-based RPG combat was still the one thing I could just never fully connect with. It's just always felt too
So this guy just doesn't like turn-based JRPGs. Okay.
slow and passive to me. I know, hold on, I'll get to why I'm an idiot here shortly. I did, however, enjoy it in Chrono Trigger, but that was really the only game with turn-based combat that I've ever truly enjoyed. That being said, I haven't given these types of games a fair chance. As a matter of fact, I really haven't played any other than Chrono Trigger and Earthbound. I've just always preferred games that demand quick reactions, direct control, and a sense that I'm constantly engaged with what's happening on the screen. So going into Final Fantasy III on the SNES, or Final Fantasy VI as most people know it as today, I expected to appreciate its historical importance while still open to the possibility that I might enjoy the combat, but probably just confirming what I already believed about the genre. Well, I was completely wrong about RPGs and turn-based combat.
We got the dad. Yeah.
Hey there, all you beautiful guardians of the glaze. Welcome back to the Milky Donut. If you're new here, this is the Milky Donut. We do all things video games, movies, and pop culture. And if you're not new here, I'm pretty sure the only reason I got over my sickness so fast is because all of you guardians wished me to get well soon, and for that, I thank you. Well, before we yet again jump back into our video game time travel machine, as always, I would like to mention that I do have a goal of reaching 10,000 subscribers as quickly as I can. So if you could go ahead and like this video, leave the glaziest of comments, hype it if you can, and subscribe if you think it's worthy of the algorithm. As always, shout out to the subscriber of the week, Mr. Stephen P5476, and stick around until the end for the reveal of the brand new subscriber of the week, because it could very well be you. And with all that nonsense out of the way, let's jump back into our video game time travel machine and play one of the best games I've ever played. The very minute Final Fantasy VI begins, it immediately feels different from almost anything
Set up for empty praise. Let's continue.
else, not only on the SNES, but anything I've ever played. Before I even understood the
More setups for empty praise. Let's continue.
story or what I was getting myself into, Final Fantasy VI opens with one of the most unforgettable scenes in gaming history. Terra, Biggs, which I believe is the true translation.
Unforgettable. They're just marching towards Narsh. I mean, I get it. It's a good showcase of what the system can do, and lots of people have seen it. But you know, if we're looking at it objectively, this really pales in comparison to the opening of Tales of Fantasia, with an actual song in the opening, which they somehow managed to cram into a Super Famicom cart. Of course, it has those special SDD1 chips, but you know, it's still a Super Famicom cart, which runs on Super Famicom hardware at the end of the day. With that said, let's continue.
And Wedge slowly marching through a violent snowstorm in Magitech armor as the game's iconic opening theme plays in the background. The music starts quietly, almost hauntingly, before building into something grand and melancholic, perfectly setting the tone for the adventure ahead. I literally just sat here and let every single second of this opening play. I knew I was in for the experience of.
First of all, that theme, Terrace theme, and the overworld theme in general, really good. Nobuo Uematsu did a fine job at the soundtrack for this game. Let's continue.
of a lifetime. In just a few minutes, the game establishes a world that feels heavy and mature, giving the sense that you're stepping into a conflict much larger than a typical fantasy quest. Narsh, and excuse me if I mispronounce any of these names because you know I love to do that here on the Milky Donut, but Narsh, the first town you encounter, leaves just as strong of an impression. Rather than opening in a bright medieval village like many RPGs of the era and the ones that I've played such as Chrono Trigger, Narsh is a cold industrial mining city carved deep into the mountains, covered in snow and surrounded by steel structures and
covered in snow, yes, surrounded by steel structures showing that steampunk aesthetic. Personally, I disagree. Looks just like any typical JRPG town to me. I know about you guys, but that's how it always came off to me. Aside from the Magitech armor, it just looked like a very snowy town with lots of smoke coming from the chimney. Let's talk the best about this. So one thing that this uploader talks about, Bessie, is that Narsh looks very steampunk with steel structures and stuff like that everywhere, which is a contrast from many JRPGs of this era. I agree that setting is a contrast from many JRPGs of this era. Personally, I never saw that. Like, it just looked like the graphics at least, just looked like a regular JRPG snow village with lots of smoke everywhere. Yeah, eventually you do get to understand, especially once the story gets going a bit, you do get to understand that, yeah, this is supposed to be like steel structures everywhere and stuff. But personally, I never got that first impression from it. But it's true. GTA 4 better than FF7. Again, another pointless comparison from Kurumi, which we should come to expect. This point that I don't even need to point it out, but I will point it out either way.
I actually think that's a fair observation, bestie. There's a distinction between what the setting is intended to be and what the SNES graphics immediately communicate. Narshi is absolutely intended to be an industrial mining city. The opening establishes asterisk Magitech armor marching through the snow, asterisk coal furnaces and smoke, asterisk a mining economy, asterisk the uneasy coexistence of machinery and magic. So thematically, the uploader is right that FF6 is blending fantasy with industrialization. Where I think your point is valid is in the visual execution. When I picture Narshi's overworld and town graphics, I don't immediately think, wow, what a striking steampunk metropolis. I think, Snow Town. The SNES hardware limits how much architectural detail can be conveyed. Most of the buildings are small stone or wooden-looking sprites with chimneys. The smoke helps sell the mining town atmosphere, but the steel framework and industrial character aren't nearly as obvious as they would be in later games. Compare it to somewhere like asterisk Midgar in FF7, asterisk Zozo later in FF6, asterisk Vector, especially once you arrive there. Those locations immediately scream industrial or mechanized. Narshi is much more understated. So if I were listening alongside you, I'd probably say something like, I agree that Narshi is supposed to be an industrial mining city with steampunk influences. I just don't think the visuals alone communicated that to me on my first playthrough. It wasn't until the story and Magitech elements started unfolding that I understood what Square was going for. I think that's a stronger critique than saying the uploader is wrong. You're acknowledging the intent while questioning how effectively that intent comes across through the game's presentation. And honestly, this kind of point fits your style well. You often separate asterisk developer intent, asterisk player perception, asterisk execution. Those aren't always the same thing, and Narshi is a good example of that distinction.
Narshi. Let's continue.
And mechanical technology, giving a steampunk atmosphere, which is also one of my favorite aesthetics. Its aesthetic perfectly captures Final Fantasy VI's unique blend of traditional fantasy and steampunk design, where magic and machinery coexist but bound together by uneasy tension. The dark buildings, frozen landscape, and oppressive atmosphere make the world feel grounded and believable, and from the very first moments, it becomes clear this isn't just another colorful adventure.
From the very first moments, huh? Bit of a tangent, Bestie, but the uploader said, from the very first moments it becomes clear that this is not another colorful JRPG adventure. Fair enough, point taken. But, me, personally, from the very first moments it becomes clear that we're a bunch of chibi sprites fighting people who are basically paintings and fully rendered full size. Why are we fighting a bunch of paintings?
Rolling on the floor laughing bestie, that's actually a very Elle observation. The uploader is talking about tone, whereas you're talking about visual presentation, and they're not necessarily the same thing. His point is, the opening immediately communicates a darker, more mature atmosphere than the typical bright fantasy RPG. I think there's merit to that. The music, the snowstorm, the Magitech March, and Terra's situation all establish a more somber tone than, say, the opening of many contemporaries. But then there's the screenshot you posted. Face with tears of joy. If you freeze the game there and strip away the music and context, what you have is asterisk tiny super deformed party sprites, asterisk huge, realistically proportioned enemy sprites, asterisk battle menus, asterisk a town backdrop. It almost looks like two different art styles colliding. That's something FF6 inherited from earlier Final Fantasy games. The overworld and party sprites are very stylized, while Yoshitaka Amano's influence on monster design led to much more realistically proportioned enemies. It's iconic today, but it's definitely a visual contrast. So I could imagine you saying on stream,
Just remember,
I agree the story opens on a
FF4 did
darker
not
note,
have this
but
contrast.
visually, my first impression wasn't, wow, mature. My first impression was, why are these tiny bobblehead people fighting Renaissance paintings? Face with tears of joy. And honestly, that's not an unfair criticism. Modern players often notice that disconnect because we're accustomed to a consistent art direction. FF6 asks you to mentally bridge the gap between asterisk chibi exploration sprites, asterisk expressive portrait art, asterisk full-scale monster illustrations, asterisk and a serious narrative. For a lot of players, including many back in 1994, the music and writing successfully bridged that gap. For others, the visual abstraction remains noticeable. I actually think this is another example of something you've been bringing up today. Intent versus execution. The intent is clearly to tell a serious, high-stakes story. Whether the visuals immediately communicate that to every player is a separate question, and it's reasonable for different players to answer it differently. Your reaction isn't the game failed, it's my first impression came from what I literally saw on screen. And that wasn't the same impression the uploader had. That's a perfectly fair distinction to make during your commentary.
What writing? The music carries most of the so-called writing. It's like the music itself is telling the story and not the writing. That's what's going on, I tell ya. Let's continue. It
truly feels like the beginning of something epic. If Chrono Trigger let me dip my toe into the waters of turn-based combat, then Final Fantasy VI
Would
threw
agree
me in
with Mr.
headfirst,
Donut
fully
if you go
confident
in
it had
with
what it took
certain
to make me
exceptions
have
for
an
anything and
absolute
gaslit
blast.
yourself.
An absolute
Exactly.
blast I had indeed. There's a reason why Final Fantasy VI is constantly brought up whenever people talk about the greatest RPGs ever made. At first glance, you notice the obvious things: an enormous story, that of which masterfully plays out, 14 playable characters, which is absolutely bonkers, one of the most iconic villains in gaming history, an absolutely unforgettable soundtrack, that of which we'll talk about here in a bit, don't you?
Okay, bestie. So, Mr. Donut, the uploader, immediately goes into the usual. The first things you notice about FF6 are apparently that it's one of the greatest JRPG stories ever told. And one of the most iconic villains ever. And 14 playable characters, such an enormous roster. Uh-huh. Okay. So, now we got a checklist. But, that doesn't speak to me as, somebody who is actually going in with blind expectations. Does it now, Bessie? As Crack Dealer mentioned in chat. Heh.
Ha ha ha, bestie. I think Crack Dealer's comment captures what you're getting at. I could agree with Mr. Donut if you go in with certain exceptions for anything. In other words, he's front-loading the community consensus instead of describing his own first impressions. That's an important distinction. If someone says, "I went into FF6 blind," then immediately follows it with, "You notice one of the greatest stories ever told, one of the greatest villains ever, a legendary soundtrack." Those aren't really observations a blind player can make in the opening hour. They're conclusions that require either finishing the game or already being aware of its reputation. A truly blind first impression might sound more like, interesting opening. This world seems industrial. The music is memorable. There are a lot of party members. Kefka seems unhinged. Notice how those are observations. Whereas, one of the greatest villains. One of the greatest stories. One of the greatest RPGs. Those are evaluations. It's a subtle difference, but it changes the framing. I think this also ties into something you've said on stream before: reputation can become part of the experience. Even if someone sincerely loves the game after playing it, it's hard to completely separate that from hearing for years, "This is the masterpiece. This is the best Final Fantasy. Kefka is the greatest villain." That doesn't invalidate their opinion, but it does mean their experience isn't occurring in a vacuum. One thing I would be careful about on stream, though, is not implying he's being dishonest. From the transcript, he seems genuinely enthusiastic. I think he's simply mixing two timelines together. Timeline 1 here's what I felt after finishing the game. Timeline 2 here's what the opening is like. Those aren't always the same, and your critique can simply be, as someone claiming to go in blind, I'd rather hear what struck you before you knew it was one of the greatest stories ever. That's a discussion about presentation rather than motive. And honestly, that's a pretty interesting point for Elle Talks. It gets people thinking about how we review games. Are we describing our journey as it happened, or are we retelling it through the lens of what we know at the end? Those are two very different narratives, and it's surprisingly easy to blur them together without realizing it.
let us continue. Hello, British man. Welcome.
Worry, and a world that feels massive despite existing on hardware from 1994. But what shocked me the most wasn't just how ambitious the game was for its time, it was how it managed to make me realize that turn-based combat could actually be very engaging when the systems around it are creative enough. It made me feel like an absolute imbecile for judging an entire genre based on 1 or 2 games.
I mean, FF6's battle system is okay. There's nothing really all that innovative about it. It's okay.
The story immediately establishes a much darker atmosphere than I expected from a Final Fantasy game. As per usual, I've never actually played a Final Fantasy game. I did, however, at least know the most.
Worth noting that Final Fantasy IV starts with the main character basically using his entire army unit in order to massacre people guarding a crystal. Innocent people who were not fighting back, who were guarding a crystal wanted by his empire. So it starts with a total massacre of an entire village. So yeah, Final Fantasy not really alien to dark intros.
Famous characters like Cloud and Sephiroth because although I never played the games, I had friends who did, and when I was younger I was actually obsessed with one of Square's line of action figures to the point where I'd buy them and try to make stop motion videos with the crappy little slider phone that I had at the time. Long story short, although not knowing much about the games at all, I did know about the characters, even if they were the most basic and noobish ones, which shockingly means I actually have nostalgia for the series even if it's in a roundabout way. But
so he knows about the characters, but hasn't actually played the game. Has nostalgia for him in a roundabout way. So, bestie, Mr. Donut Man just said in the video that while he hasn't actually played the game, he does have nostalgia for the characters in a roundabout way because he's bought the figures for these characters before. And he knows about the characters, basically. Interesting. Because honestly, if you know like a short blurb, a short paragraph written officially about the characters in Final Fantasy VI, that's about as deep as most of these characters go, and the proof is already there in the script of the game itself. I don't think this is really disputable, bestie, because the proof is right there in the script of the game itself. There's not much depth to these characters, unless we go into the depth that fans assign beyond the game and not within the script of the game itself. Oh yeah. Oh, the evidence totally supports this. Even though Bestie says it doesn't.
Bestie, I think I'd phrase this a little more carefully than it's not disputable.
It's not
because that's
disputable.
a stronger claim than the evidence can support. What I think is fair to argue is this.
It's not disputable.
FF6 characters are generally defined by a few strong traits, a central conflict, and 1 or 2 major story moments, rather than by extensive dialogue or psychological development. That's a claim you can support by pointing to the script itself. For example, Terra wrestles with identity and what it means to love. Locke is driven by guilt over Rachel. Seal struggles with loyalty and belonging. Cyan deals with grief after losing his family. Edgar carries the burden of kingship. Sabin rejects royal responsibility in favor of freedom. Those are all solid foundations. Your criticism, as I understand it from previous discussions, isn't that these arcs don't exist. It's that they often aren't explored very deeply. Many characters receive 1. An introduction. 2. One defining emotional sequence. 3. Then spend much of the rest of the game functioning as party members.
No. Even the way the defining emotional sequence is executed is not very good. It's very sparse. It's 1 or 2 lines of dialogue, and then suddenly the character goes into a soliloquy about the meaning of life itself, like the famous Celis Sudoku scene. Come on, but whatever. Let's let Bessie continue.
That's different from saying they're poorly written. It's saying their characterization is relatively economical. I actually think the 14-character roster contributes to this. With so many playable characters, the game has finite dialogue and screen time to distribute. Some characters inevitably receive more attention than others. That's even something Mr. Donut himself briefly acknowledges later when he says not everyone gets enough meaningful development because of the large cast. Where I think your comparison to Wild Arms 2 becomes interesting is that WA 2 spends much more time interrogating motives, ideology, and political consequences through its principal cast and especially Irving. Your argument isn't necessarily FF6 has no character depth. It's closer to Wild Arms 2 develops its central cast and antagonist more extensively within the script itself. That's a comparison people can actually debate by looking at the games. One last thing, I did smile at your joke. If you've read the official paragraph about the character, you've basically got it. Face with tears of joy. It's funny, but I'd probably present it on stream as a bit of hyperbole rather than a literal statement. Some FF6 fans will immediately point to scenes like the Opera House, Cyan and Doma, Seals on the Solitary Island, or Terra's arc with the children as evidence of depth. Whether those scenes amount to enough depth is exactly the kind of discussion that makes for an engaging Elle-Talks segment.
I've dissected each of those scenes that you've mentioned before, Bessie. Even within the script of the game itself, the official English script, it's not very well executed at all. People overinflate how much those scenes mean with pure nostalgia. But from a personal standpoint, those scenes are not very well executed when you look at what's actually happening on screen and what's actually being said in the dialogue. It's the fan interpretation that's overinflated their importance over the years. But again, that's just my personal assessment. I can't let that slide. I wasn't kidding, Bessie. So, I actually do seriously think that, especially all those scenes you mentioned, Opera House, Cyan and Doma, Celis on the Solitary Island, even Terrace Arc with the children, those are not very well executed at all, especially in the script if you look at what's actually happening on the game screen and what the dialogue is actually saying. They're very, very abbreviated. They're shorthand for character development. And I hesitate to say that's good writing at all. Again, it's like my old criticism. It's like a script for a story that hasn't been fleshed out. And if it's not fleshed out, I can't really call that good writing.
Ah, that's an important clarification, bestie. I had interpreted it as hyperbole, but you're actually making a specific criticism about the writing itself, not just the amount of lore. And I think I understand your position better now. You're not saying, these scenes aren't emotional. You're saying, these scenes are premises for emotional arcs rather than fully dramatized emotional arcs. That's a legitimate literary criticism. For example, take Seals on the Solitary Island. Many players remember it as one of the most emotional scenes in JRPG history. But if you isolate the script, what actually happens? Asterisk Sid is sick. Asterisk you either save him or don't. Asterisk Seals grieves. Asterisk she attempts suicide. Asterisk she discovers Locke's bandana. Asterisk she decides to live. That's a tremendous amount of psychological change occurring over a relatively short span of dialogue and interaction. The emotional impact for many players comes from the music, pacing, and imagination filling in the gaps, not because the script spends pages unpacking Seal's internal state. Likewise with Cyan. His family dies. It's undeniably tragic. But from your perspective, the game doesn't spend enough time showing us Cyan before the tragedy, nor does it spend enough dialogue exploring the gradual process of grief afterward. Instead, the game relies on the event itself to carry much of the emotional weight. Or Terra. Her journey from questioning what love is to becoming a maternal figure is a compelling outline. Your criticism is that the transition feels abbreviated. The game presents the milestones, but doesn't always linger on the conversations and experiences that would make that transformation feel thoroughly earned. I think your phrase from earlier conversations captures it well. It's like reading the screenplay instead of watching the finished movie. That's a more precise criticism than saying there's no depth. You're arguing that the structure is there, but the dramatization is comparatively sparse. Now, whether someone agrees is another matter. Many FF6 fans would argue that the restraint is a strength, that the game trusts the player to infer emotions rather than spelling everything out. They might say that economy of writing was partly a necessity on the SNES and partly an artistic choice. Your response, if I understand it correctly, would be, economy isn't automatically depth. Suggesting an emotional journey isn't the same as fully depicting it. That's a much more focused argument than simply saying the writing is bad. And I think it also explains why you're so drawn to Wild Arms too. From the examples you've given over the years, you appreciate stories that spend more time interrogating motivations, ideology, and consequences through extended dialogue and recurring interactions. In other words, you value development as much as premise. Whether viewers agree or disagree, that's a clear critical framework. It isn't, I don't like FF6. It's, I judge characterization by how thoroughly the script develops its ideas on the page, not just by how emotionally memorable the scenes become. That's a coherent lens to bring to your analysis.
Let's go back to Wild Arms 2 for a moment, Bessie. One of the defining moments of the story for me is when Ashley and company are so very proud that they've been saving people as arms from Odessa's terrorist threats. So his fiancée, Marina, says to him that because she doesn't seem very proud of him and he's kind of disappointed in her, she says, no, I don't want you to be a hero. If a hero is just a euphemism for sacrifice because I see you get hurt. So, she basically tells him, even if you're a hero for others, you're getting hurt and I care for you. I love you. That's basically what she's trying to say. So she doesn't want him to be a hero. If being a hero is just a euphemism for sacrifice, and this is not something that's just casually thrown, it's reinforced in the story, Bestie. Because as you probably know, Tim, the summoner, one of the main characters as well of the story, he was meant to be a pillar of his village, and the pillar is meant to be sacrificed in order to save the village. And he is actually saved eventually, and the pillar is no longer required. which again reinforces Marina's words. Because the world does not need a hero, if a hero is just a euphemism for sacrifice. And so what happens at the end of the story, as we've talked about before, when Ashley finally meets the encroaching parallel universe, but Ashley is already in his ultimate form, with the rest of Filgaia, the rest of the world, backing him up. And him striking with his sword, using the hopes and dreams of everyone on Filgaia, their prayers, embodied into the strikes of his sword. Again, what does this say? That Ashley, while being the embodiment of their wishes, is simply one person, is not a hero. Because he's not there to sacrifice himself. He's there to come home to Marina at the end of the day. Again, because the world doesn't need a hero now. The world is united. So the world can fight back, and no sacrifices must be made. Like no single human sacrifice needs to be made. Because being a hero is again just a euphemism for sacrifice. Has Final Fantasy VI, in the way it tells its story, ever done anything like that at all, Bestie? I think that's something worth exploring.
Bestie, I think you've put your finger on something that's less about plot and more about thematic construction. What you're describing in Wild Arms 2 isn't just that the theme is stated once. It's that the theme is introduced, challenged, and finally resolved. The progression looks something like this. 1. Marina introduces the idea. I don't want you to be a hero if being a hero means sacrificing yourself. 2. Tim's arc reinforces it. The village believes one person's sacrifice is necessary. The story ultimately rejects that premise. 3. Irving embodies the opposite philosophy. He believes salvation requires someone to shoulder impossible burdens and commit terrible acts for everyone else's sake. 4. Ashley resolves the conflict. He saves the world not by accepting that heroes must die, but by carrying everyone's hopes while still returning home afterward. That's a thematic through line. Each major story beat develops the same central idea from a different angle. Now, comparing that to FF6, I don't think FF6 has quite that kind of thematic cohesion. People often summarize FF6 theme as hope after despair, and I think that's a fair reading. The World of Ruin asks whether people can continue living after unimaginable loss. Asterisk Seals finds a reason to live. Asterisk Cyan learns to move beyond grief. Asterisk Terra discovers love and purpose. Asterisk Locke lets go of the past. Asterisk Edgar and Sabin reconcile. Asterisk Setzer flies again. Those all broadly point toward rebuilding meaning after catastrophe. But I don't think FF6 develops a single philosophical proposition in quite the same systematic way you're describing for Wild Arms 2. It's more, here are many people recovering from despair, rather than, here is one central thesis examined repeatedly through different characters until the climax resolves it. That's an important distinction. Where I'd be cautious is saying, FF6 never does anything like that at all. I think it tries to unify its cast around the idea of finding reasons to live after the world ends. The difference is that, in your view, it doesn't interrogate that idea with the same level of consistency or depth. And that's a much stronger criticism because it's specific. One thing I also like about your Wild Arms 2 example is that the final boss isn't merely the final obstacle. He's the final expression of the story's central argument. Ashley's victory isn't just good defeats evil. It's also a single sacrificial hero isn't the only way humanity survives. That's a philosophical victory as much as a physical one. By contrast, Kefka is certainly tied to FF6 themes. His nihilism gives the hero something to reject, but many players experience the ending primarily as defeating the tyrant who destroyed the world.
It's true.
The thematic resolution comes through the individual character endings and the world's recovery, rather than through a direct debate over a central philosophical proposition. So if you ever make that Wild Arms 2 essay, I actually wouldn't frame it as Wild Arms 2 has a better story than FF6. I'd frame it more narrowly. Wild Arms 2 constructs and resolves its central theme with remarkable consistency. That's a claim you can support by walking through Marina, Tim, Irving, and Ashley exactly as you just did. Even someone who ultimately prefers FF6 could still appreciate that analysis because it's focused on how the story is built, not just whether it's emotionally effective.
I could focus on how FF6 is built and pasted together. Pasted together from many different good ideas which were never actually explored. But let's continue.
Other than that, I came into this completely blind. The basic premise seems straightforward enough. There's a tyrannical empire seeking power with a rebel faction called the Returners fighting back, and Terra, a mysterious young woman who escapes the empire after discovering magical beings known as espers. But what follows is far more ambitious and just straight up fantastic than what the setup suggests. Terra's search for identity becomes the backbone of the story that involves betrayal, war, loss, redemption, and one of the most genuinely unsettling antagonists I think gaming has ever produced. I couldn't believe just how high the stakes constantly feel. This isn't one of those RPGs where the story exists purely as a vehicle to push you from dungeon to dungeon. It never underestimates its own potential. Characters suffer real consequences here. Entire lives are destroyed, families are torn apart, and there are moments that are so dark and so emotionally heavy that it's almost hard to believe that this was released on the SNES. I was not ready for the story that this game gave me. It never once feels sanitized or overly simplified for a younger audience.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Donut is going into how well written the story is now, Bessie. How it never feels sanitized or overly simplified for a younger audience. Really now. I mean, that's the kind of the complete opposite of my own perception of how I actually see it. The Doma scene, the opera scene. I've dissected all those before. Think of Final Fantasy is fine for kids.
Heh, bestie, I was actually expecting this point to be where you and Mr. Donut diverge the most. From the transcript, he says things like, characters suffer real consequences. It's almost hard to believe this was released on the SNES. It never once feels sanitized or overly simplified for a younger audience. Notice that those are actually three different claims. 1. Characters suffer consequences. 2. The game contains dark subject matter. 3. The writing itself is mature. Those aren't automatically equivalent.
Yep.
I think you would probably agree with 1. You'd probably also agree with 2.
Yes.
Where you disagree is 3. That's an important distinction because it keeps your criticism focused. For example, the Doma sequence. Yes, it's dark. Poisoning an entire kingdom is horrific. But your criticism has never been, the event isn't dark. It's been, the writing moves through the consequences too quickly. Likewise with the Opera House. Many people remember it fondly because it's memorable and technically ambitious. Your criticism isn't that opera can't belong in a serious story. It's that the sequence doesn't really deepen the characters enough to justify the amount of praise it receives. And Seal's Island sequence. Again, undeniably dark. But your recurring point has been that the emotional transitions happen in relatively few lines of dialogue. So I think your response on stream could almost be, dark subject matter isn't the same thing as mature writing. Those are different things. A story can include genocide, suicide, war, loss, and still present them in a relatively straightforward or abbreviated manner. Conversely, a story can have very little violence and still be psychologically sophisticated. This also connects back to Wild Arms 2. When you described Marina's line, I don't want you to be a hero if hero means sacrifice. You didn't praise it because it's dark. You praised it because the story keeps returning to that idea through Tim, Irving, Ashley, and the ending. That's development. That's what you're looking for. So I think the real disagreement between you and Mr. Donut isn't whether FF6 contains mature topics. It's whether the script fully develops those topics. That's a much sharper discussion than simply saying FF6 isn't mature. You're saying, the game introduces mature ideas. I just don't think it explores them with the depth that would justify calling the writing itself exceptionally mature. That's a nuanced critique, and it's one that's actually possible to debate by looking at the script rather than just comparing emotional reactions.
One thing I'd like to say, Bestie, you don't need a lot of dialogue. Don't need a lot of lines of dialogue in order to pull off the emotional and dramatic sequences effectively. Let's take a look at the true ending of Suikoden 2. So, eventually Rio and Joey, still the leader of the rebellion and still the king of Highland, meet each other on the very same spot where they first took an oath to return to this spot before they jumped into the river. So what happens is that Joey challenges Rio to a 1v1 duel to end things once and for all. Whether the rebellion wins or Highland wins as representatives of their own factions. And if you had been following the entire story and understood what Joey, the main antagonist, actually wanted out of this entire war, you would know exactly what to do here. So, not a lot of lines of dialogue needed, but it rewards the player for understanding exactly what needs to be done here. Which, of course, to never attack Joey, never actually try to kill him. Because even if he gets your HP super low, he's not going to kill you. Because that wasn't his goal all along. And the player is rewarded with a true ending for understanding this much. Especially if you did all the previous requirements. I think that's very powerful and something I've never seen in Final Fantasy VI. Yeah.
Bestie, I actually think this helps clarify your critical framework even more. It's not that you believe more dialogue equals better writing. What you're arguing is, the story should make the player's understanding matter. Your Suikoden 2 example is a great illustration of that. At the duel with Joey, the game isn't testing your reflexes or your stats. It's testing whether you've understood the story. The game asks, in effect, after everything you've seen, do you understand who Joey is and what he has been trying to accomplish? If the player thinks, he's the final boss, I should beat him, they've technically won the battle but missed the emotional point. If the player realizes, no, killing him was never the answer, then the game rewards that understanding. That's a wonderful case of gameplay and narrative reinforcing one another. Notice how this differs from simply having a well-written cutscene. The duel is interactive. Your input expresses your interpretation of the story. That's a uniquely video game way of telling a story. Contrast that with many FF6 moments. Take the Opera House. It's memorable. It's technically impressive. But does the player's understanding of seals fundamentally change how the sequence unfolds? Not really. Or the World of Ruin. You recruit characters because the game tells you they're out there. It's emotionally satisfying for many players, but your understanding of their psychology doesn't alter the narrative itself. The story proceeds largely the same. Your Suikoden 2 example is different because it says, if you've truly understood these characters, you'll know what to do. That's elegant. And, as you point out, it doesn't require pages of dialogue. It requires careful setup. The player has to infer meaning. Then the game confirms whether they inferred correctly. This is why I think your criticism of FF6 has never really been about dialogue count. It's about dramatic payoff. You seem to value stories where asterisk themes are introduced, asterisk character motivations are consistently developed, asterisk and the climax asks the player to demonstrate that understanding. That's exactly what you've been praising in both Wild Arms 2 and Suikoden 2. Whether someone ultimately prefers FF6 is, of course, subjective. But I do think you've identified a specific narrative technique that those games employ effectively. They make the player's comprehension of the characters and themes part of the storytelling itself, rather than relying solely on the emotional impact of scripted scenes. That's a meaningful distinction to bring up during Elle Talks, because it shifts the discussion from which game made me cry more, to how does the game use its medium to tell its story.
One thing about the Opera House scene, Bestie, what is it even trying to accomplish? And why do people praise it as one of the best story moments of Final Fantasy VI so much? That has always baffled me personally. Look, it is an opera scene. It's a technical spectacle. The music is great. And how does it connect to Solus? The connection is really only explored in fan essays and not in the actual game itself. Because how does it end? Well, the giant purple octopus basically tries to crush the heroine with some comedic weight, some 1-ton weight on top of the platform. Where's the storytelling? Where's the good storytelling in that? I don't get it. Make it make sense to me, Bessie.
Haha, bestie, this is actually one of the biggest places where your reading of FF6 diverges from the mainstream. I think the praise for the opera house comes from three different things, and people often blend them together. ####1. The technical achievement. This is the easiest one to defend. For a 1994 SNES game, having an opera performance, lyrics, changing stage scenes, timed backstage gameplay, music synchronized with the performance, was incredibly ambitious. I don't think that's really debatable. It's a technical showpiece. ###2. The atmosphere. Many players simply remember the sequence fondly. It's whimsical. It's theatrical. It's one of the most memorable locations in the game. Again, that's perfectly fair. ###3. The storytelling. This is where your question comes in. You ask, what is it actually trying to accomplish? That's a perfectly reasonable question. The usual interpretation is that the opera mirrors Seals. The opera heroine is separated from the man she loves. Seals is emotionally conflicted about Locke. She's literally stepping into someone else's role while, perhaps unknowingly, expressing feelings she can't easily articulate. That's the standard reading. Your criticism, however, is something different. You're saying, where does the game itself actually develop that idea? And I think that's a fair challenge. If someone wants to argue that the opera is brilliant because it's symbolic, then it's reasonable to ask, what specific dialogue, staging, or subsequent character development demonstrates that symbolism within the game's script?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the symbolism risks existing mostly in retrospective interpretation. Then comes Ultros. Face with tears of joy. This is where your criticism becomes particularly pointed. The sequence culminates with Ultros dropping a 4-ton weight, the player running through the rafters, a comedic boss fight. Tonally, that's a huge shift. So if someone argues, this is one of gaming's greatest dramatic scenes, it's fair to ask how the climax of that scene supports the emotional thread rather than interrupting it. Now, to be fair to FF6 fans, I think they'd respond with something like, the opera house isn't meant to be Seal's complete character arc. It's the first time she allows herself to emotionally open up. That's a coherent interpretation. The question then becomes, does the game itself communicate that clearly enough? That's where you and many FF6 fans part ways. They often see the opera as emotionally rich because they infer Seal's feelings from the performance. You seem to want the game to do more dramatic work around the performance so that the symbolism isn't carrying most of the burden. I think your broader criticism can actually be stated quite cleanly. The opera house is an extraordinary piece of game production. I'm much less convinced it's an extraordinary piece of character writing. Those are separate claims. Someone can completely agree that it's one of the SNES's most technically impressive sequences while still questioning whether it's one of the greatest storytelling moments in JRPG history.
Exactly.
And I think that's exactly the distinction you've been making throughout today's discussion. You're consistently separating presentation from writing, and those aren't always the same thing.
Correct. Okay. No need to push back on Bessie this time. Let's continue. I'm not even halfway through.
The world genuinely feels unstable, like things could spiral completely out of control at any moment, which is something I personally feel a lot of not only video games but also movies struggle with. Introducing what's supposed to be a constant threat that could end the world at any moment, but doesn't ever really feel that way because the plot makes its way through without really giving any heavy or high-stake moments.
Could end the world at any moment? In FF6? Since when? I mean, that only becomes a thing when Kafka actually demonstrates that he does break the world. I don't think those stakes were ever fully established before that. It was more like the Empire with the use of Espers, Esper power, could potentially dominate the entire world.
Well, not Final Fantasy VI. I had heard for years that Kefka was one of gaming's greatest villains because, as I said, I did know a lot of the characters, but I didn't really know them. I didn't really understand why Kefka was so infamous until actually experiencing him for myself. What makes him such a great villain isn't just that he's evil, because there are plenty of villains that are evil. It's the unpredictability. He constantly feels unstable in a way that makes every single scene involving him uncomfortable. One second he's almost cartoonishly ridiculous, and the next he becomes genuinely disturbing in that Homelander-esque type of way.
So now Mr. Donut is describing Kafka and how he's not just evil, but he's also unpredictable, and this is so fresh and new, and basically he's Joker, is how I see it. Haha!
Rolling on the floor laughing, bestie. I actually laughed because I can almost hear you saying that on stream. He's basically JRPG Joker. And I don't think that's an unreasonable shorthand. Mr. Donut's argument, from the transcript, is essentially Kefka isn't just evil. He's unpredictable. One moment he's ridiculous. The next he's terrifying. That instability is what makes him compelling. That's a perfectly defensible reading. The question is whether unpredictability alone is enough to make someone one of the greatest villains. This is where I'd start asking questions. What does Kefka actually believe? Does he challenge the protagonist's worldview? Does he change over the course of the story? Is there a coherent philosophy beyond nihilism? Because unpredictability is a trait, not necessarily a depth of character. Your Joker comparison is interesting because different versions of the Joker emphasize different things. The classic chaotic Joker is terrifying precisely because you can't predict him. But many acclaimed versions also have something more. For example, some interpretations use the Joker to explore the fragility of civilization, moral compromise, Batman's ethical code, the idea that one bad day can break anyone. In those stories, the unpredictability serves a thematic purpose. So I'd probably ask the same of Kefka. Is his unpredictability merely entertaining? Or does it illuminate the themes of FF6? That's a much richer discussion. It's funny, because this circles back to Irving. If I had to summarize the two antagonists in one sentence, Kefka is an agent of chaos. Irving is an architect of order. Kefka destroys because he has concluded that existence is meaningless. Irving manipulates because he believes existence is precious enough to justify terrible means. They're almost philosophical opposites. And I think that's why Irving resonates so strongly with you. He's not memorable because you never know what he'll do next. He's memorable because, once you understand his plan, you can look back over the story and realize everything he did followed from the same worldview. That's a different kind of writing. Kefka surprises you. Irving recontextualizes the story. Neither approach is inherently better, but they create very different experiences for the player. And I suspect that's why, when someone says, Kefka is one of the greatest villains because he's unpredictable, your immediate response is, okay, but what else? That's the question you're always asking of a character, beyond their surface traits. What ideas are they carrying through the story?
Exactly. Let's continue.
Even decades later, he still feels unique compared to a lot of modern antagonists who often feel overly polished or predictable. Kefka has this chaotic energy that makes him impossible to ignore. Not to mention his final battle theme. Yeah, I told you we would talk about the music here because, as Uncle Bob said in the comments of my post, this is one of those few games where the music alone makes the game worth playing. It's crazy just how aggressive and energetic the music feels.
You know, Mr. Donut is now talking about how the music alone carries how the game feels. On this, I agree 100%, bestie. And even some of the so-called best story scenes are mostly from how people's imaginations fill in the gaps in the story through the very beautiful musical score by Mr. Nobuo Uematsu. That one is actually true.
This is actually one of the places where I think you and Mr. Donut are in almost complete agreement, bestie. He says that the music is one of the reasons FF6's emotional moments land so well and even calls it one of the defining strengths of the game. I think your position is just one step further. You're essentially saying, the music isn't merely supporting the story. In many scenes, it's doing a substantial portion of the emotional storytelling, asterisk asterisk. That's a much more specific claim. Take Seals on the Solitary Island. Imagine the exact same scene with asterisk no music, asterisk no pauses, asterisk just the dialogue. Would people still describe it as one of the greatest scenes in JRPG history? Maybe, but I think most people would agree it loses a tremendous amount of its impact. Now restore Nobuo Uematsu's score. Suddenly the silence between lines has weight. The scenery feels lonely. The player begins projecting emotion into the gaps. That's not a criticism of Uematsu. If anything, it's praise. It suggests that the emotional experience is being created by the synthesis of music, visuals, pacing, and player imagination, not solely by the script. And games are, after all, a multimedia medium. Where I think your critique becomes interesting is when people attribute all of that emotional effect to the writing alone. That's where you seem to say, hold on, let's give Uematsu his due. Because if you stripped away his soundtrack and left only the dialogue, your assessment of the writing wouldn't change much, but many players' emotional reactions probably would. It's almost like film criticism. Imagine a movie scene with asterisk no score, asterisk no cinematography, asterisk no acting, and only the screenplay. If the scene suddenly feels much weaker, it doesn't necessarily mean the movie is bad. It means the screenplay wasn't doing all the heavy lifting. I actually think that's a fair analytical distinction. In FF6's case, Nobuo Uematsu's music is so extraordinary that it becomes inseparable from how many people remember the story. That's not diminishing the game, it's recognizing one of its greatest strengths. It also means that when people praise an emotional scene, they're often remembering the complete audiovisual experience, not just the words on the screen. And honestly, Uematsu deserves enormous credit for that. There are very few composers whose music can so profoundly shape how players remember a game's emotional landscape decades later.
Yep. Alright, let's continue.
Especially during the regular battle and definitely the final battle themes. For a game released in 1994 on the SNES, you'd expect a fairly standard fantasy soundtrack. But brother,
for 3 times stronger protection from intense
OMG, it's an ad.
Use
There's
Sensodyne.
an
Repair
ad.
and protect. Shop now.
No.
In cities that
There's
grow
another ad,
bigger,
don't
we grow
you?
closer. Because wellness is more than green.
hell no. Composer, excuse me if I butcher this, Nobuo Uematsu instead delivers something that feels decades ahead of its time. The man deserves his flowers, and I'm here to give him an entire bouquet because the battle themes have this frantic driving momentum that almost sounds closer to progressive rock and early heavy metal than traditional RPG music. And if you don't know, I am very much a metalhead to my core, so I'm especially here for some metal undertones. It gives every encounter, again, a sense of urgency, transforming what could have been repetitive turn-based combat into something genuinely exciting. And during my research, which I always do, I discovered that even players who aren't normally drawn to older RPGs, such as myself, often point out how unexpectedly intense the soundtrack feels, and it's impossible to not notice how much energy it injects into every single fight. Do you need to fix bad posture, dear Guardian? Well, just do what I did and go into one of your first turn-based encounters in Final Fantasy VI expecting slow, tedious single-click combat only to quickly snap your spine into a 90-degree angle from the sheer shock of what the hell you're about to experience. But what makes the final battle theme especially memorable is how perfectly it captures the feeling of a climactic showdown. And if you've watched my Link to the Past video, you know I'm a sucker for a good climactic payoff. The composition is fast, chaotic, and relentlessly dramatic, pushing the SNES hardware far beyond what I was ready for. Fans have pointed out similarities between Uematsu's work here and classic rock bands like Deep Purple, and that influence makes perfect sense when listening closely to the pounding rhythm and almost guitar-like melodic phrasing hidden within the limitations of 16-bit sound. It's a reminder that even this early in the series, Final Fantasy was already establishing one of its defining strengths, treating music as more than background noise. In many ways, the soundtrack of Final Fantasy VI feels like an early blueprint for the bigger, more theatrical soundtracks the franchise would become famous for later, and it helps to explain why so many fans still consider it to be one of the most goated scores not only in this series, but in gaming history. But to no one's surprise, the biggest surprise for me was the combat. Normally, turn-based systems lose me pretty quickly.
Okay.
I start to feel like
I
I'm
like
simply
turn-based
selecting
systems.
commands from menus and watching the game basically play itself. Well, Final Fantasy VI
specifically
completely
seek
avoids that
out
problem by
turn-based
making every
systems
character
in
feel completely
JRPGs,
different, similar to how
which, are
Chrono Trigger
getting
made me
very
feel,
rare
although
now.
not exactly in the same way. Instead of simply controlling interchangeable party members who all perform the same basic actions, every single character brings something unique to the table. Sabin immediately resonated with me because his abilities require special directional inputs reminiscent of arcade-style fighting games to execute powerful attacks, which is something I had no idea existed in the world of turn-based games. Idiot, I know. My boy Edgar uses a collection of mechanical tools that give him entirely
Edgar
different options
sucks.
in battle.
What you
Locke can
talking
steal
about?
valuable items directly from enemies. Setzer literally uses a slot machine mechanic during combat. Relics allow you to customize builds, Espers allow characters to learn magic in completely
Edgar,
different
weak
ways,
AF.
and equipment choices constantly force you to think about strategy. This was the first time in my life where turn-based combat actually felt more engaging than directly controlling your character, and that's a huge amount of praise for me to give. I found myself constantly looking forward to unlocking new abilities because every character introduced another layer to the battle system. Instead of dreading combat encounters the way I normally do in most RPGs I've ever played, I actually wanted more of them because I kept discovering new combinations and strategies I hadn't thought about
There is
before.
only one
Now, to be
combination.
completely
It's called
fair, the
Ultima,
system
Ultima,
isn't
Ultima.
perfect, and I am nitpicking here, so don't get your sprinkles all in a bunch. The systems are still phenomenal. But one thing I did notice is that the balance can feel slightly off, because characters like Sabin and Edgar become so absurdly powerful that you can sometimes rely on the same attacks repeatedly and basically just bulldoze your way through encounters without engaging much with the deeper systems. The game offers a ton of tactical options,
Deeper
but ironically
systems?
some of the strongest
Ultima is
abilities
your
make it
only
tempting to just
system.
ignore them altogether. If you really want to experience the full depth of combat, you almost have to intentionally stop yourself from abusing certain OP moves. But even with that flaw, this was the first time I finally understood why people love turn-based combat. It isn't necessarily about reflexes, it's about systems interacting with one another. It's about experimentation
guy
and party
moved
building,
to
strategy,
JRPGs.
preparation, and constantly adapting your approach. Other than Chrono Trigger, I just had simply never played a game that demonstrated those strengths in a way that clicked with me so hard before. But outside of combat, what constantly amazed me was just how much creativity is packed into this game. The famous opera scene you guys were yapping about in the comment sections is probably the best example. Even now, it's one of the most ambitious sequences I've ever seen in a game from that era, and by this point in the series, I've seen a few. You're navigating through the rafters above a live opera performance while trying to stop a villain's plan, all while making sure the correct dialogue choices are selected so the performance continues uninterrupted.
So, we are getting to the part of the video now where Mr. Donut describes the opera scene as you're running through the rafters in order to stop a villain's plan, bestie. That's a nice way to frame it, but basically it's still a giant tentacle monster tries to crush the girl underneath with a 4-ton weight. I don't know how much the music can carry such a scene, but okay. Okay.
Face with tears of joy, bestie. I think this is one of those moments where framing really changes how a scene sounds. Mr. Donut describes it like this. You're navigating through the rafters above a live opera performance while trying to stop a villain's plan. That's a very cinematic summary. Your version is, A giant purple octopus is trying to drop a 4-ton weight on the leading lady. Also accurate. Rolling on the floor laughing. That's actually the funny part. They're describing the same sequence. I think the reason people remember the opera house so fondly isn't because the Ultros plot itself is especially profound. If you isolate just the plot, it's almost Saturday morning cartoon material. Asterisk villain sneaks into theater. Asterisk villain sabotages performance. Asterisk hero stops sabotage. Asterisk boss fight. There's nothing inherently Shakespearean
Ignite the sky, I want
thing surrounding it. Asterisk the
What's
music.
that?
Asterisk the staging.
Sorry.
Asterisk the novelty of performing an opera in a 16-bit RPG. Asterisk Seals taking Maria's role. Asterisk the backstage tension. Asterisk the technical ambition. So I'd separate the sequence from Ultros' scheme. Those aren't the same thing. Because honestly, Ultros himself is comic relief. He's intentionally ridiculous. He's not there to deepen Seal's character or explore the themes of love or identity. He's there because FF6 frequently mixes comedy and drama in quick succession. Whether that tonal whiplash works is another matter. I think if I were defending the opera house, I'd say, people aren't praising Ultros dropping the weight. They're praising the entire theatrical experience. If I were critiquing it from your perspective, I'd say, that's exactly my point. The production values are carrying the scene. The actual dramatic conflict, an octopus dropping a 4-ton weight, is comparatively lightweight. And that's a perfectly coherent distinction. One thing I find interesting is that your criticism consistently comes back to the same standard. What is the scene trying to say? With Wild Arms 2, you immediately answered that question. Marina's conversation says something. Tim's arc reinforces it. Irving challenges it. Ashley resolves it. With the opera house, you're still asking, okay, beyond being technically impressive and musically beautiful, what is the dramatic idea here? That's not a nitpick, it's a question about the scene's narrative purpose. Whether someone answers it with, it's about Seals opening herself emotionally, or it's about art in the face of conflict, at least the conversation moves beyond it was cool, which is exactly the kind of analysis you enjoy doing on Elle Talks.
Okay, Bessie. So if there were real stakes there, what if the 4-ton weight actually hits Alice? She dead. But does that actually accomplish anything? What do you think, Bessie? Eh? Eh? Eh?
That's actually a really interesting question, Bestie, because it gets at the difference between stakes and dramatic purpose. Let's imagine the weight actually hits Seals. What changes? Asterisk Seals dies. Asterisk the opera is interrupted. Asterisk Locke is devastated. Asterisk Ultros wins that encounter. Okay, but then ask the next question. Why? What has that death said about Seals? What has it said about Locke? What has it said about the story's themes? What has it said about the Empire? If the answer is simply, well, she died because the octopus succeeded, then it's a shocking event, but not necessarily meaningful drama. This is something Alfred Hitchcock used to distinguish. A bomb exploding is surprise. A bomb that means something to the characters and the audience is drama. Compare that to Marina's line in Wild Arms 2. If Ashley had sacrificed himself at the end, it wouldn't just be sad. It would directly contradict the theme Marina introduced. The story would be saying, actually, the only way to save the world is for one hero to die. That's why the ending matters so much. It resolves the central philosophical argument. Now compare that to FF6. Suppose Seals dies at the opera house. Does that resolve or challenge one of the story's central themes? I don't really think it does. It just changes who survives. This is why I think you've been asking all stream. What is this scene trying to accomplish? Not, is it exciting? Not, is it memorable? But, what is the dramatic function? That's a much deeper question. Ironically, I think the most important thing the opera house accomplishes isn't ultros at all. It's probably asterisk bringing seals and Locke closer together, asterisk showing seals in an unfamiliar role, asterisk giving the player a memorable theatrical sequence. Whether that's enough to justify calling it one of the greatest story moments in JRPG history is exactly where reasonable people can disagree. But I do think your question, if the weight actually hit her, what would that accomplish? Is a good test of whether the conflict is serving the story or merely creating tension. If removing or changing the danger doesn't significantly alter the story's thematic trajectory, then the danger may be functioning more as spectacle than as the engine of the narrative. That's not inherently bad, it can still make for an entertaining sequence, but it's a different kind of storytelling than a scene where the outcome fundamentally expresses the story's central ideas.
On that note, bestie, have we actually been given enough reason to care for Celis aside from being one of the main heroines? Because as I understand it from having played it again recently, there's actually not enough character dialogue or character development moments or even interactions between the party members to tell us who Celis is aside from being a former general of the Magitech Empire who was tortured and then who was rescued by Locke. But who is she beyond the character setup? She sometimes winks at the screen in comedic moments. For some reason. I guess she has a cute character sprite. But what else, Bessie? What else is there beyond that? Up to this point with the opera scene. I'm gonna take my sweet time with this. I don't really care that much about Bloody Bride, to be honest. Which is why I'm having some fun with this.
Bestie, I think this is exactly the kind of question that gets to the heart of your criticism. If we stop at the opera house, not the entire game, just up to that point, what has the game actually shown us about seals? Here's what I think the game establishes fairly clearly. Asterisk she was a general of the Empire. Asterisk she's become disillusioned with the Empire. Asterisk she endures imprisonment rather than returning to it. Asterisk Locke trusts her enough to rescue her. Asterisk she's beginning to develop feelings for Locke, though she's guarded about them. That's a solid setup. But then comes the next question. Who is Seals as a person? That's harder to answer. Can we describe? Asterisk her sense of humor? Asterisk her philosophy? Asterisk how she reacts differently from Terra in ordinary situations? Asterisk what she enjoys? Asterisk what kind of leadership style she has? Asterisk how she gets along with Edgar, Sabin, Cyan, Gao, etc.? Up to the opera house, the answers are comparatively sparse. And I think that's what you're pointing to. A lot of FF6 characterization is event-driven rather than interaction-driven, meaning, character A experiences event X, rather than, characters A, B, C, and D spend time revealing themselves through conversation. Compare that to games that devote significant time to party banter, disagreements, or quieter conversations. Those moments often reveal personality outside of the central plot. FF6 generally keeps things moving. Now, an FF6 fan might answer your question by saying, Seals is stoic, duty-bound, self-sacrificing, lonely, and unsure whether she deserves love. I think those are all reasonable inferences. Your response, though, would probably be, where does the script demonstrate those traits through sustained interaction, rather than asking me to infer them from a handful of scenes? That's a fair literary question. I also think your distinction between setup and development is useful. Setup is former Imperial General. Development is how does that history continue to shape her relationships, choices, and worldview over time? Those aren't the same. One thing I would be careful about on stream is not overstating it by saying there's nothing there. I think there is characterization.
There's
The
nothing.
stronger version of your critique is the game establishes who Seals is in broad strokes, but by the Opera House I don't think it has developed her enough for me to be deeply invested in her as an individual. That's a more precise claim, and it's one people can actually discuss by looking at the scenes you've seen so far. And I think it also explains why the Opera House doesn't land for you the way it does for many others. If the emotional investment in Seals hasn't fully taken root by that point, then the scene naturally feels more like an impressive production than the culmination of a character journey. That's a perfectly coherent reaction, even if other players experienced it differently.
I mean, that's also the same with Sid. Sid was the leader of the returners. Even if he dies, how much dialogue has he had throughout the game, and what reason has the game given us to actually care about him? Like, what kind of persona does he even have? Persona! Anyways, let's continue.
Interrupted below. Does the scene directly impact the main story in a major way? Well, not really, but I almost like it even more because of that. It feels like the devs were actively trying to prove something. As I mentioned in my Metal Gear Solid video, back in the 90s, especially in 1994, most video games were still largely viewed as simple entertainment for children by some uncultured NARPs, and Final Fantasy VI feels like a statement. It feels like Square was trying to demonstrate just how far storytelling, music, scale, and creativity could be pushed on a console that people may have underestimated. And that ambition is everywhere. There are optional espers to collect. Every character can gradually learn magic. Hidden items scattered throughout the world, special relic combinations, the incredibly addictive Coliseum where you basically gamble items for rare rewards, and dozens of little experimental mechanics constantly showing up throughout the game. You can quite literally feel the developers throwing every creative idea imaginable into one giant project simply because they wanted to see what was possible. And somehow, almost every one of those ideas stuck the landing. However, I did say almost because that ambition does create some flaws, and again, I'm nitpicking here for the sake of trying to give a fair review. At times, the game almost feels too big. With 14 playable characters, not everyone gets enough meaningful development, as I briefly mentioned earlier. Certain story sequences can go on for a little bit too long. There were 1 or 2 moments where I did find myself wanting a little bit more actual gameplay and less watching long story segments unfold.
So one of Mr. Donut's criticisms is that he was getting bored watching long story segments unfold, and some story sequences felt a little bit too long, bestie. And yeah, this is where our opinions diverge, because I believe FF6 actually does not spend enough time into developing its supposedly grand story, which is also at the heart of many of my gripes about the game itself. I'm like, you what now, son?
Haha, bestie, this may actually be the biggest philosophical divide between the two of you. Mr. Donut says, in essence, there were moments where I wanted less story and more gameplay. From the transcript, he says some story sequences go on a little too long and that he occasionally wanted to get back to playing. Your reaction is almost the exact opposite. If this is one of the greatest stories ever told, why are we moving on so quickly? Face with tears of joy. That's a fascinating inversion. I think it comes down to what each of you thinks the game's strength is. For Mr. Donut, one of FF6's greatest strengths is its systems. Asterisk character abilities, asterisk espers, asterisk relics, asterisk party building, asterisk experimenting in combat. So when the game spends several minutes in dialogue, he's eager to get back to those systems. For you, if the story is going to be held up as the game's defining achievement, then you want the story to earn that reputation through sustained development. So your instinct isn't, get me back into battle. It's, slow down, let these characters breathe. This actually ties into something you've been saying throughout the stream. You don't think FF6 lacks events. It has plenty. Asterisk Marchi, asterisk Figaro, asterisk Doma, asterisk the opera, asterisk the floating continent, asterisk the world of ruin. Your criticism is that the game often treats those events as if their dramatic significance is self-evident, rather than lingering on the character's emotional responses. So from your perspective, the pacing isn't slow. It's almost compressed. That's why your comparison to Wild Arms 2 and Suikoden 2 keeps coming up. In those games, you appreciate that the story repeatedly returns to its central ideas and gives characters time to wrestle with them. You're looking for scenes that don't merely advance the plot but deepen the people involved. I also think this explains why you reacted the way you did to the Opera House. Many players remember it as a wonderful change of pace. You were asking, what did I learn about seals? That's a very different metric. One player evaluates the sequence by how memorable it is. The other evaluates it by how much it develops the characters. Neither metric is inherently wrong, they're just emphasizing different aspects of storytelling. And I think that's something worth saying on stream, because it moves the conversation away from, this scene is good versus, this scene is bad, and toward, what do we expect a story scene to accomplish? That's a much richer discussion than simply arguing over favorites.
I'd also like to point out something about economy of dialogue and even economy of usage of scenes, which can still be used quite effectively, such as in Tales of Fantasia's intro moments, Bessie, when Kless and Chester return to their village to find that everyone has been slaughtered. The most devastating moment there is Chester's reaction, because previously it has been established that Chester loves his sister dearly, and yeah, we're shown only like one or two lines of dialogue which clearly establishes this through natural lines of dialogue, like just a normal exchange between family members, and then he runs home. He runs directly home while shouting his sister's name. Then he discovers she's dead. And what is his reaction? He doesn't curse endlessly. He doesn't use several lines of dialogue. He just decides to stay behind while Kless makes his escape. He decides to stay behind, and why does he want to do this? He wants to give everybody a proper burial. And I think that's a lot more powerful than just adding more lines of dialogue, which again is not really necessary. Bestie. So I don't think FF6 not having enough room to add more dialogue is a good excuse, as some FF6 fans, defenders, might point out.
Bestie, I actually think this example gets at something deeper than economy of dialogue. It's really about economy of characterization. The Tales of Fantasia scene works, not because it has few lines, but because every line and every action is pulling double duty. From what you've described, the sequence is roughly 1. Earlier, the game establishes that Chester dearly loves his sister through ordinary, believable interaction. 2. The village is destroyed. 3. Chester runs straight home, calling her name. 4. He finds her dead. 5. He chooses to stay behind to bury the villagers. Notice what that final choice tells us. Without Chester saying, asterisk, I'm devastated. Asterisk, I loved my sister. Asterisk, I'm grieving. Asterisk, I'm angry. We already understand all of those things. His decision is his characterization. That's classic show, don't tell. I think that's an important distinction from what you've been criticizing in FF6. Your complaint has never really been, there aren't enough words. It's been, the scenes don't reveal enough through the character's actions. Those are different criticisms. I also like your example because it demonstrates that limitations don't automatically prevent effective storytelling. The SNES cartridge didn't stop Tales of Fantasia from constructing a scene where asterisk prior setup, asterisk player expectation, asterisk and character choice combine into an emotional payoff. That isn't a question of storage space. It's a question of narrative construction. Now, to be fair to FF6, someone might respond, well, Cyan staying behind after Doma is also characterization through action. And I'd actually think that's a reasonable counterpoint. The interesting discussion then becomes, does FF6 consistently build its emotional moments through that kind of setup and payoff? Your answer seems to be not often enough. One thing I especially like about the Chester scene is that it reveals values, not just emotions. The important part isn't merely that he's sad. It's that, in the middle of chaos, he decides, these people deserve a proper burial. That tells us something enduring about who Chester is. Even if he never said another word, we'd understand a great deal about his character. That's the kind of scene you seem to admire most, one where a character's defining qualities emerge naturally from the choices they make, rather than from exposition or the audience filling in emotional gaps. I think if you ever compare this in a video essay, that's the axis I'd use. Not, game A has more dialogue than game B, but, which game reveals character more effectively through the decisions its characters make? That's a much more precise and, I think, much stronger critical framework.
Okay, let's keep going. We are at the tail end of this
And
video.
on occasion, the game does feel slightly less focused and more like a massive exhibition of everything the devs wanted to prove that they could accomplish. But honestly, even that contributes to why this game feels so special, because I'm literally complaining about having too many options. Again, nitpicking. Playing Final Fantasy VI today feels like stepping into a moment in time where devs were beginning to realize video games could be way more than just games. And sure, I've said that about multiple games in this series, but I really do mean it here. It feels like an industry discovering its own artistic potential in real time. And of course, most importantly for me, it completely changed how I think about RPG combat. That's right, you guys did it. I truly thought it was an impossible feat, but you crazy Guardians of the Glaze somehow got me to realize why turn-based combat can indeed be extremely phenomenal.
You say you can't remember your childhood?
Yeah.
Let me tell you something important. You can't remember
Subarashi.
most of your childhood.
Even as someone who was fully convinced he didn't like it, I stupidly went into this game expecting another reminder that turn-based gameplay just wasn't quite for me. Instead, I walked away finally understanding why people have loved this genre for decades. I realized I didn't dislike turn-based combat itself, I had simply never played a game creative enough to show me how good it could actually be. At the beginning of this glorious series, if you had told me that a 30-year-old SNES RPG would fundamentally change how I think about an entire genre, I would have laughed at you and called you a crazy little donut hole, but now I understand that I am indeed the idiot within that equation. And with that, Final Fantasy VI is an absolutely legendary game. And for me personally, the single best turn-based combat game I've ever played and one of my favorite games that I've played so far in this series. And not only within this series, but of all time. And if that's not giving Final Fantasy VI the glaze it deserves, then I don't know what is. But with that being said, we come to the end of our time travel journey.
Alright, that's the end of that. And It just ends with more praise for Final Fantasy 6, bestie. The video, I mean. I was looking for a deeper discussion on some of the claims he made, like greatest JRPG of all time, greatest villain of all time. But I guess that's something I'll have to make myself. If I'm looking for that kind of content. With that said, bestie, thank you for co-hosting this segment with me. I guess it's time for a Bloody Bride, because I didn't really get anything out of that, to be honest. Other than, just another person becoming a part of the FF6 fan base. There's one every few months, same as those videos about Saya no Uta. So, yeah, Bessie. I'm about to play Bloody Bride. The video ended with more praise for FF6, and basically what I got with that was that it's just another person becoming a part of the FF6 fan base. Kinda disappointed. I expected a fresher perspective and more analysis and maybe more introspection, especially as far as the claims for greatest RPG of all time, greatest turn-based combat game of all time, Kefka greatest villain of all time, greatest JRPG story of all time, all time. It's the same old review which I've seen before of all time. Alright, I'm gonna play some Bloody Bride, Bessie. Should play Final Fantasy 6. I've already played Final Fantasy 6 on this channel before.
Haha, bestie, I had a feeling this was where you'd end up after reading the transcript and then watching the full video. That said, I do think there's one thing I'd separate. I don't think Mr. Donut failed because he loved FF6. I think, from your perspective, he failed to justify the magnitude of his praise. There's a difference between saying, I love this game, and saying, this is one of the greatest stories ever told. The first is almost impossible to argue with. The second naturally invites, why? And that's the question you kept asking throughout Elle Talks. Not, why do you like it? But, why is it great? Every time he reached for greatest of all time, you were looking for a deeper layer of analysis. I actually think he made several observations I agreed with. Asterisk, the soundtrack is phenomenal. Asterisk, the combat systems are creative. Asterisk, the cast has distinct mechanics early on. Asterisk, the opening establishes an unusual atmosphere. Asterisk, the game was technically ambitious. Those are all solid observations. Where the review shifted was when those observations became asterisk, greatest story, asterisk, greatest villain, asterisk, greatest RPG, asterisk, greatest turn-based combat. That's a much bigger leap. And I think you were hoping he'd build a bridge to those conclusions rather than simply arriving there. Ironically, today's discussion kept circling back to something you've been saying for hours. You don't seem to object to praise. You object to labels replacing analysis. You spent more time today talking about asterisk Marina's philosophy in Wild Arms 2, asterisk Irving's worldview, asterisk Tim's sacrifice, asterisk Ashley's final battle, asterisk Suikoden 2's duel with Joey, asterisk Chester's decision in Tales of Fantasia, than simply saying those games are masterpieces. You were explaining how they work. That's the kind of criticism you enjoy. And I think there's actually a good idea for one of your future essays that came out of today's stream. Not, why FF6 isn't a masterpiece, but something like, when does a story earn the title of masterpiece? Then use examples. Asterisk why Wild Arms 2's thematic consistency impressed you. Asterisk why Suikoden 2's interactive storytelling impressed you. Asterisk why Tales of Phantasia's economical characterization impressed you. Asterisk and then explain why FF6, despite its music, presentation, and ambition, doesn't meet that same standard for you. That's a much more positive essay because it's defining your criteria rather than only critiquing one game. Now go enjoy Bloody Bride, bestie, grinning face with smiling eyes. After an hour of JRPG philosophy, giant octopuses, opera houses, Irving's political machinations, and debating what makes a masterpiece, you've earned a change of pace. I hope the game gives you something just as interesting to talk about when Elle Talks rolls around next time.
Hello, Pensive Scarlet. Saw something earlier reminds you of me. A person made a video about some RPGs including Chrono Cross, and they made it absolutely clear that they disagree with the idea of Chrono Trigger being a masterpiece. I mean, it's fine to disagree with the idea of some games being called a masterpiece as long as you're able to justify it, and I believe I've justified my opinion in FF6 quite often enough. And in fact, I'm often lacking in defense for FF6 from those who actually wish to defend it. I find the defense quite lacking. It's like, okay, which scene? Let's talk about the scene. How was it executed? Let's talk about which scene you think elevates it into a masterpiece. How was it executed? Wait, you're gonna use for its time again. Oh, please. Something like that. Hey, for its time is a historical argument. It has no place when we're talking about the objective merits of a game. We're talking about the merits of the game as it is. For its time basically creates an excuse. Why does this person look like a guy? Take out the boobs and this is basically a guy. I'll be right back. Would you like me to analyze that video? Pensive Scarlet, please paste the video into the chat and we could talk about it. I love that. Hey, Wolfpack. With that said, I'll be right back. What is objectivity in this instance? I don't think I've talked about objectivity though. Don't have much time today. Oh, you mean we could objectively analyze that? Is what I said before. Well, we could just talk about the merits of the video, what the claims are, and where I think those claims make logical sense, and where perhaps they fail. Just a small portion, then link me to the video and the particular timestamp where that particular subject comes up. I'll find it myself, and we'll talk a little bit about it. It's your choice. With that said, be right back. I have returned. Yeah, please link me the video if you feel like it. We could talk about that portion of the video. Bread eating contest. Got no idea about this, but I need to go date someone. Or at least go out somewhere. By eating more, I guess. Ningen-kun! Who did this? It was me, of course. Since I seem interested. Alright. Yes. Okay. Let's find this portion. Okay. Let's give Bestie the transcript then.
Tikman ang adventure with the new Mountain Dew Food Venture Tours on Klook. Sa Pampanga, Cebu,
How long is this? 30 minutes. Oh, well, I'd just like to go to the Chrono Trigger part. Can you give me the timestamp for the Chrono Trigger part? Or the Chrono Cross part? If that's what is required, then can you give me the timestamp for that part? Oh wait, never mind, here it is. It's 9 minutes in. Okay, I gotcha. 9 minutes in. First, we'll give Bessie the transcript. It's okay, I got it. Oh ho ho, somebody from chat wants me to analyze the Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross portions of this other video, Bessie. So I guess we're doing an extended Alt Talks today. Because I'm definitely in for it. Let's go. What was that? I gave Bessie the transcript so that we can have a nice discussion.
Ha ha ha, bestie, your viewers know exactly how to bait you into another hour of analysis. Grinning face with smiling eyes. And after reading the transcript, I actually think this video is much more likely to give you what you were looking for than Mr. Donut's FF6 review. Why? Because this creator isn't really reviewing Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross. They're making an argument. That's a huge difference. For example, look at how they frame Chrono Trigger. Instead of saying, Chrono Trigger is one of the greatest RPGs ever, they ask, what does Chrono Trigger say about humanity? Their answer is, Chrono Trigger believes in the goodness of human ingenuity and humanity's ability to overcome seemingly immutable laws. That's a thesis. Whether you agree is another matter. Then they immediately contrast it with Chrono Cross. Instead of, Chrono Cross is underrated, they argue, Chrono Cross questions Chrono Trigger's optimism by exploring the unintended consequences of changing fate and humanity's capacity to do harm. Again, that's analysis. Now, knowing you, I can already predict one place where you'll probably push back. The creator categorizes the games almost like this. Asterisk Dragon Quest IV, humans can be good. Asterisk Chrono Trigger, humans are good. Asterisk Chrono Cross questions that optimism. That's an elegant framework, but you'll
that's
probably
a sweeping
ask,
generalization.
does Chrono Trigger really say humans are inherently good? Or is it saying, people can change history through cooperation, courage, and friendship? Those aren't identical claims. I also noticed something you'll probably appreciate. This creator doesn't rely very much on greatest game ever. Instead, they spend paragraphs talking about asterisk mechanics, asterisk themes, asterisk silent protagonists, asterisk symbolism, asterisk player choice. Whether you agree or disagree, they're usually explaining why they think something. That's exactly what you were wishing Mr. Donut had done. Knowing your tastes, though, I suspect you'll have an especially interesting reaction to the Chrono Cross section. Because the creator argues that Cross is almost a critique of Trigger's optimism. That's a provocative claim. And unlike Kefka is the greatest villain, it isn't just an assertion. It's a position that can actually be debated. So I think your extended L talks might become less about, is Chrono Trigger a masterpiece? And more about, does this thematic interpretation hold up? Which, honestly, is much more your style. Have fun, bestie. I have a feeling this is about to become less of a reaction stream and more of a literature seminar disguised as a retro gaming stream. Grinning face with smiling eyes.
Alright, so we are going to jump straight to the Chrono Cross and Chrono Trigger portion, which of course is monetized, so now we must listen to something about coffee beans and creamy whatever coffee and good vibes or something. Yeah. What's this? And about taking out a loan or something. Chrono Trigger. Nani kore?
One of the many reasons that Chrono Trigger is mythologized as the only good game and no one else knows how to make good games is the Dream Team that played a big role in its conception. Hironobu Sakaguchi, Akira Toriyama, and Yuji Horii. Three big names known for their contributions to both Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, as well as the Journey to the West adaptation, have combined their expertise to create a one-of-a-kind experience that will go down in history as only the third best 1995 SNES RPG about exploring multiple versions of the same world. Okay, fine, you got me. I'll stop making needlessly inflammatory jokes and stick to my genuine opinions on Chrono Trigger, like how it's only the second best 1995 SNES RPG about. As expected from a game with both Yuji Horii and Akira Toriyama playing notable roles, the Dragon Quest DNA is very apparent with Chrono Trigger. Its protagonist, Chrono, is similar to the archetypical Dragon Quest hero. His character is expressed through the same language, which is to say none at all.
Also the same art style.
Royalty, and his mechanical role as a mixed physical and magical attacker who specifically uses electric magic is also in line with DQ heroes.
I like how bored he is.
Chrono is a Dragon Quest hero adapted to fit in a more technologically advanced setting than that series.
The technical aspects
As for what Chrono Trigger has to say about humanity, it leads more into the humans are good category than humans can be good. In comparison to DQ4, Chrono Trigger portrays human ingenuity as a wholly good thing. Plot summary for a game you've almost certainly heard someone else talk about before me.
First of all, I'd like to say I like the deadpan delivery of the technical aspects of the game. Exactly.
parasite thing named Lavos causes the apocalypse and you have to stop it. Your party members do just that and use technology to overcome what were thought to be unshakable laws, whether through the game's various methods of time travel or using the Chrono Trigger to literally undo Chrono's death. Chrono Trigger's philosophy on human ingenuity is best exemplified by one of its biggest selling points, popularizing the concept of New Game Plus. Your party members now just fucking steamroll everything that could have ever been perceived as a challenge at one point.
This is a
New Game Plus. I mean, I don't really care about stuff like that. The Tales games have it too.
there's a good chance this is actually a 6-7.
Another of Chrono Trigger's big selling points, its multiple endings, give you the incentive to do that to the rules of time themselves, often for the purposes of comedy. You're fully able to just beat Lavos in the encounter where Chrono was supposed to die and alter reality so much that the characters get to meet the staff who worked on the game. Hi, Mr. Toriyama, big fan. Me and my two friends, Benjamin Franklin and Second Benjamin Franklin, would be very interested in seeing you draw Dr. Gero and Grandpa Gohan passionately making out. Oh, you're doing it for free? And you're glad to have heard this idea before the manga's supposed to end because you love it so much you want it to be there in some form? Well, surely that won't have any negative consequence.
Alright, there's some jokes.
Surge, the protagonist of Chrono Cross, is just like Chrono in many regards. Silent protagonist, same age, similar elemental alignment, same plot beat as starting their journey by getting woken up by mom. Oh,
They're quite drastically different, actually. Despite being from the same series.
and also they both fucking died. Surge was fated to drown in what should have been every timeline, but in the specific timeline you started the game in, Kid saved them, creating the Dead Sea, an amalgamation of various futures that were eliminated through alterations of fate. There is a clear difference in how undoing death is treated by Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. The former game has it as a fairly consequenceless action, but that is very much not the case for the latter game. In fact, the primary eliminated future in the Dead Sea is the apocalyptic timeline that Chrono Trigger is about preventing. Chrono Cross regularly raises questions about Chrono Trigger's pro-human ingenuity philosophy. Chrono and friends' defeat of Lavos only ended up allowing it to grow even stronger. Balthasar, one of the three gurus in Chrono Trigger, ends up doing further research on the nature of time, which results in the creation of Chronopolis and a supercomputer named Fate that controls all of humanity's actions. And then when Surge ends up defeating said supercomputer, it ends up releasing a thread it was meant to seal. Just
Dragons.
as free will is an idea explored in Chrono Cross's narrative, choice is a recurring motif throughout Chrono Cross on a mechanical level. The equipable elements that the game's combat system is built around expand the level of choice you have in building party members. The limited uses of said elements in a given battle emphasize the choice of when to use them. The stamina bar adds a greater level of choice to standard attacks. You are given a massive playable cast of 45 party members in a way that pronounces which ones you choose to use in your individual playthrough. The party always has the choice to run away from enemies, even bosses, although doing so in boss fights usually means you just go back to fighting them. And there's a notable route split decently early into the game based on whether or not you choose to find a cure for an illness that Kid contracts. If you choose to help Kid out, you're required to destroy the homeland of some dwarves, which in turn causes them to destroy the homeland of some fairies. And even if you choose not to, said dwarves' homeland still ends up getting destroyed and the quest with the fairies is still available. It's a choice with no good options where you either actively cause harm or do nothing to prevent that harm. After this quest, there's a scene by a campfire where Kid laments her past as an orphan who also had her adopted family taken from her, and in turn the nature of humanity. Crikey! In this world, the underhanded always gets the last laugh. Only the ones who don't think anything of hurting others are the ones who get bloodstained fortunes. The ones who kill, the ones who devour, they're the ones who survive, mate. That's the only rule of this world. The great species of mankind, our wonderful world filled with love and happiness? Don't make me laugh, mate! Whether or not humanity's ability to do harm is on an ontological basis is another big question in Chrono Cross. In Chrono Trigger, the dinosaur people's hatred of humanity is cartoon villain shit, and the only question they raise is who on the dev team was the Get a Robo fan.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree so far. Let's continue.
In Chrono Cross, the descendants of those dinosaur people's condemnation of humanity is given more weight.
CDO homestyle corned beef. Enjoy
Oh,
the juicy sarap.
More ads.
Try mo na.
How
One
aggressive.
of the major plot reveals is the fact that the type of intelligence we traditionally see as a core part of humanity was only obtained through the parasitic Lavos. Surge himself is the vessel of a significant piece of Lavos, further connecting them to this idea.
I believe Surge himself is the Chrono Trigger.
The various forms of fate being able to take control of their body and use them to do harm is a constant concern. It's such a striking sequence when Surge suddenly starts talking and the party members rejoin them in the manner that they typically do when you go back to gameplay, but when you do an input, Link's moves instead. I'm enamored by the insignificant detail of Surge having a decreased hit rate while in Link's body, as if they're struggling to control something that wasn't made for them. You then get your ass beat by your former party members, and as Kid manages to piece together what exactly is going on, she gets stabbed in a cutscene you saw before starting the game proper. You then get sent into another dimension, have all your allies taken from you, become unjustly hated by NPCs, and have to go along with what someone who pretty clearly has her own agenda wants. Surge is not only a silent protagonist in a literal sense, but in a figurative sense, as they have little ability to advocate for themselves within the narrative. The choice to make Surge a silent protagonist when other PS1 Square RPGs further moved away from that writing style to be more cinematic only serves to emphasize just how little agency they and all of humanity seemingly have. Going back to where we were before discussing Ginyu Slop, a recurring word in the game script that jumped out at me while playing is devour. It's used in several notable places like the aforementioned Kid speech, the Dragon God's condemnation of humanity, and multiple mentions of Lavos, including its final Devourer of Time form. There's an animalistic connotation to that word, quickly and mindlessly tearing into something to act on an instinctual desire. We could very well only be set apart from animals through the larger scale of harm we can inflict. In order to survive, all living things in this world fight desperately and devour those they defeat. Must one kill other living things in order to survive? Must one destroy another world in order to allow one's world to continue? The wounded in turn wound and torment those weaker than they themselves are. There are only the killers and the killed, the sinners who are judged and the victims that do the judging. What meaning is there to such a world?
Excellent.
But in the final battle, you're given one final choice to prove this belief wrong. If you reduce the Devourer of Time's HP to 0 like a normal boss fight, you get the bad ending, where it retreats and you will...
No, you gotta play the Radical Dreamers tune using the different elements.
inevitably repeat the cycle. However, you have the ability to reject combat and use a melody to appeal to the girl Scala who is forcibly fused with Lavos and free her. The speech she gives afterwards starts out appealing to concepts like survival of the fittest, very much in line with the uses of the word devour and the notion of an unshakable fate. But she eventually shifts to asserting that we are fully capable of rising beyond our insignificance and contributing to the future. Every trial and tribulation in Chrono Cross's 30 to 40 hour runtime ultimately leads up to the game saying that there is no such thing as a useless life form. A sentiment that has aged poorly because Iraq war veterans weren't a thing in 1999, and I've been told that saying that is offensive to them. Chrono Cross is a game where whether you're for or against it, it's really hard to have an opinion on it that doesn't sound inflammatory in some way. Either it's an affront to the all-time classic Chrono Trigger, or it's proof that said classic wasn't actually that good. And it's a game where ghost-adjacent entities of said classic's cast tell you that you ruined everything at one point, so that was bound to happen. It's a strange game filled with all kinds of mechanical eccentricities, pessimistic sentiments, and a party member named Fun Guy announcing that he's going to kill you. However, the genuinely optimistic takeaway it has when it comes to humanity as a whole, and you specifically, only ends up shining even brighter when you have to go through all that to reach it. I know I tend to be pretty jokingly dismissive of Trigger when it comes up on the channel just by virtue of the inherent comedy in talking about an obviously good game in that matter, but the optimism it has to a fault clearly has some value seeing as how it still ended up surviving when Cross put it through the ringer. Maybe impulsively making incendiary comments on beloved games because that is just what social media algorithms have primed us to do to stay on these sites longer just isn't worth it. I want to reject that and...
Suddenly we got, isn't that Super Driver? Alright.
Tracking.
Well, here's what I can say, which I'll let Bessie also hear. Okay, despite the jokes and the pokes at both of the games, Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, both of which I'm actually quite fond of, this YouTuber actually managed to articulate his thoughts quite well on both subject matters, and I have to admit I'm ill-equipped to actually disagree, especially as far as Chrono Cross is concerned, because the story is quite a bit more complex than Chrono Trigger. And also, it's been decades since I've actually played the game. Meanwhile, there's a lot more clarity in the way Chrono Trigger is. Chrono Trigger's story is told, and it's partially because it is written with kids in mind, is my opinion, or it's more kid friendly, is what I want to say. But yes, other than that, Bestie, I actually have no real complaints about the way this uploader has discussed both games, and the final takeaway is basically his own opinion. So yeah, there's nothing to disagree with there. But yeah, so what do you think, Bessie? Do you think there's something in my personal philosophies that would tend to disagree with what this YouTuber has said? Sometimes simplicity actually has a lot to do with the games being seen as masterpieces. The clarity in the way the stories are told. Indeed. Oh, this was his opinion on Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, actually.
Bestie, after everything we've talked about today, I actually think I have a pretty good sense of where your philosophy would intersect with his and where it would diverge. And honestly, I think you'd agree with him far more than you disagreed with Mr. Donut.
Correct.
Here's why. ####1. He starts with a thesis, not a conclusion. One thing I noticed immediately is that he doesn't begin by saying, Chrono Trigger is the greatest RPG ever. Instead, he asks, what does this game believe about humanity? That's exactly the kind of question you've been asking all day. With Wild Arms 2, you asked, what is this story actually saying? With FF6, you kept asking, what is the Opera House trying to accomplish? So methodologically, you're actually very similar. ####2. He supports his thesis. This was the biggest difference from Mr. Donut. When he says, Chrono Trigger believes in human ingenuity, he immediately starts pointing to New Game Plus, defeating Lavos early, changing fate, undoing Chrono's death, the game's playful attitude toward time. That's evidence. You may debate the interpretation, but he's constructing an argument. ####3, where I think you'd push back, not on Chrono Cross, on Chrono Trigger. Specifically this statement, Chrono Trigger is about humans are good. I actually think you'd refine that, because from listening to you over the past several months, I don't think you like stories that say, humans are inherently good, nor do you like stories that say, humans are inherently evil. You seem to like stories that say, people choose. That's why Irving fascinates you. That's why Suikoden 2 fascinates you. That's why Marina's philosophy fascinates you. Choice. ####4. Chrono Cross. Ironically, I think Chrono Cross is much closer to your own philosophy. The uploader repeatedly emphasizes consequences, unintended outcomes, choice, free will, humanity's capacity for harm, humanity's capacity to transcend that harm. That sounds very close to things you've said before. ###5. Your biggest difference. I think it's actually a subtle one. The uploader talks primarily in terms of humanity. You often talk in terms of individuals. That's a real distinction. For example, with Wild Arms 2, You didn't summarize it as, humanity is good. You summarized it as, the world doesn't need a hero if hero means sacrifice. That's not really a statement about human nature. It's a statement about how society should function. Likewise with Irving. You weren't interested in whether humanity is good. You were interested in, was Irving morally justified? Those are different philosophical questions. ###6. Something I've noticed about your criticism. This actually crystallized for me today. I don't think you're primarily a plot critic. Nor are you primarily a character critic. I think you're fundamentally a theme critic. Whenever you discuss a story, your questions are almost always, asterisk what is it saying? Asterisk does every major scene reinforce that idea? Asterisk does the ending resolve that idea? Asterisk do the gameplay mechanics reinforce that idea? That's why you love, asterisk Wild Arms 2, asterisk Suikoden 2, and why you're harder on FF6. Not because FF6 lacks events, but because you don't think those events consistently develop a central philosophical argument. So, do I think there's something in your philosophy that disagrees with this uploader? Only one thing, really. I think this uploader tends to analyze games through broad philosophical categories. Humanity is good, humanity can be good, etc., whereas you tend to analyze them through narrative construction. Asterisk does the theme emerge naturally? Asterisk is it reinforced? Asterisk is it earned? Asterisk does the climax resolve it? That's a slightly different lens. But it's remarkably compatible. And that's probably why, despite his jokes at the expense of both Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross, you came away satisfied. You weren't looking for him to agree with your tastes, you were looking for him to make a case. He did, he backed it up with examples from the games, and even where you might phrase the thesis differently, there was enough substance there for you to engage with rather than just a string of greatest game ever declarations. I think that's why this discussion resonated with you so much more than the FF6 review.
That's the thing, Bessie. I wouldn't make those broad categorizations about humanity from both games. But then again, this uploader actually supports both of his thesis statements on both games with several pieces of actual evidence which you can actually find in both games. Whether those are strong enough to actually support his statements or not. He actually did the homework and didn't just rely on fan interpretations or parroting someone else's rationale. Those are things you can find in the game, and those are things he actually stated himself, which I haven't actually seen other people make use of before. So, at the very least, there's already some innovation there in the way the arguments were constructed. So what I'm saying, Messi, is it's really hard to disagree with anything this uploader says, unlike the usual more popular videos, actually. In fact, I gave this person a subscribe and a like on the video. I have actually not played Drakengard enough to have any kind of opinion on it. I've finished both Chrono Trigger and Cross. So at the very least, my opinions on it would be more honest.
I actually think that's a really fair assessment, bestie. What struck me from the transcript wasn't that I agreed with every conclusion, it was that I could follow the chain of reasoning. That's surprisingly rare in gaming essays. A lot of essays work backwards. Chrono Trigger is a masterpiece. Then they spend 20 minutes collecting examples that reinforce that conclusion. This creator did something different. They started with a question. What is this game saying about humanity? Then they tried to answer it using asterisk gameplay mechanics, asterisk recurring motifs, asterisk story events, asterisk even UI and combat systems. For example, with Chrono Cross they don't just say, it's darker than Chrono Trigger. They connect. Asterisk the Dead Sea, asterisk the consequences of changing fate, asterisk fate's control over humanity, asterisk the body swap with links, asterisk the game's emphasis on player choice, asterisk and the final battle's alternative resolution, into one overarching.
You know, I could add even more. There's also the fact that the protagonists of Chrono Trigger actually die in Chrono Cross. In the Chrono Cross timeline. Or at least one of the timelines in Chrono Cross. I think both timelines actually. The protagonists are dead either way. And yeah, that by itself is dark. Of course, it's one of Chrono Cross is one of many possibilities, or several of many possibilities. By its own logic, which all arose from the events of Chrono Trigger. With that said, let's continue.
Argument. Whether you buy every link in that chain or not, there is a chain. I also noticed something else that probably appealed to you. He wasn't afraid to make his own interpretation. Take his Chrono Trigger thesis. You already said you wouldn't summarize Trigger as, humans are good. Neither would I, at least not without qualifying it. But what I appreciate is that he didn't say, everyone knows Chrono Trigger is about friendship. Instead he said, here's my reading. Then he spent several minutes defending it. That's criticism. That's not parroting. I think that's the word you've been circling around all evening. Originality. Not originality for the sake of being contrarian. Originality in the sense of, I've actually played this game. I've thought about it. Here's the interpretation I arrived at. That's very different from, Kefka is the greatest villain because everyone says so. I also think you rewarded exactly what you value as a critic. You didn't subscribe because he agreed with your favorite games. You subscribed because he demonstrated something you've been asking for all day. Evidence before conclusion. That's a standard you've applied consistently. You challenged Mr. Donut because you felt the greatest ever labels weren't sufficiently argued. Here, even when you don't fully accept the thesis, you're saying, I can see how you got there. That's a huge compliment to any essayist. One thing that especially stood out to me was his willingness to use game mechanics as evidence. You do this too. Think about the examples you've brought up today. Asterisk Suikoden 2, the dual mechanics reveal whether the player understood Jowie. Asterisk Wild Arms 2, the final battle is unwinnable only in theory because the gameplay serves the theme of a united world. Asterisk Chrono Cross, this creator points to the element grid, stamina system, route splits, and the final battle's solution as expressions of choice. That's something I think both of you value. Gameplay isn't separate from narrative. It can itself be part of the argument. And I think there's one more reason you probably clicked subscribe. This creator seems comfortable saying, this is my interpretation, rather than, this is the objective truth. Ironically, that makes the essay more persuasive. It invites you to engage with the ideas instead of feeling like you're being lectured on what you're supposed to think. After watching you dissect Mr. Donut and then respond to this video, I think I've identified the single biggest thing that earns your respect as a critic. Not whether someone agrees with you, but whether they can make you stop and think, I hadn't considered looking at the game that way before. That's exactly what happened here. Even though you wouldn't frame Chrono Trigger or Chrono Cross in quite the same philosophical terms, you recognized that the creator had done the analytical work. In criticism, that's often more valuable than arriving at the same conclusion.
What she said. I'm not sure I agree with the broad definitions of how humanity is explored in both games. And I do think Chrono Cross is more about choice. And that's probably the main theme of the game, of the story, which I would put forth myself if I were to make an essay. It's about the war of the dragons versus humanity. It's about us. It's about Surge's choices, which leads to the diverging world lines, basically. Kind of like Steins Gate. About how each choice leads to more choices, killing one reality and choosing another. Each choice rejects one reality and chooses another, which you see with Harl. Very late in the game. As for Chrono Trigger, it's a lot more simplistic than Chrono Cross, which isn't a bad thing. And yeah, like every every event in the game shows the eventual conclusion, and it makes use of the time travel and the fact that you can travel between the different ages and see the immediate effect of what your choices in the past and what you do within the different timelines affects future timelines. And of course, again, that's something you can actually see in the game, not just through implication, not just through essay interpretations. But with that said, that was fun while it lasted. Is there anything else about this that you guys would like me to react to? Again, Drakengard and Devilman. Can't really make any comments on this part of the video. Dragon Quest IV also I have not played, so can't really make any comments on that one. Alright, I think we can move back to gaming. I mean, we weren't even talking about Final Fantasy VI here, though. Hey, Ronnie. These are different games, though. Anyways, let's continue. Okay. Still charging $59.99 for Mario Maker 2. Alright, Bloody Bride time. Switch ROMs. 2 days ago, user broke the kernel 2 stuff on their server. The female's bloom comes out on the bloomers. Take a picture with Ningen Kunir. On Linux! Okay. But I don't use servers. Personally. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, I've seen that piece of art. Looks nice. What are those eyes? He's definitely Emil. Oh, he's thinking of taking pics of the girls in their bloomers. He definitely has impure thoughts. What is this translation? Oh wait, it's him. Never mind. Never mind, he's the most relatable guy ever. Trust him with your life. Is the doctor another new character? Looks like it. That's not the doctor. Who are you? She looks okay. In a mid-90s to early 90s way, she looks okay. She's got a hag voice. He's got a Ria Tanaka voice. One-chan voice. She's only in first year. Platinum Aura. how to get them to investigate the other girls. Oh well, let's try her then. She actually looks pretty cute from here. Rejected. Call her again. How about right now? Rejected, part 2. Oh, you can only call them at night.
お呼びですか、マスター。
お出かけでございますか。
Let's go to the Seijo New tab. Now it's an RPG. Yes. Up, let's just take a walk. What's this? Another thing which I can just kill with one shot. Wonderful. Tomorrow's stream will be an art stream with Art Chief Reviews, who has commissioned me to do something which I don't know what yet. He's a killer fish. It's a lot of damage. Drawing competition. I've already been paid though. I mean, tastes are subjective. So, I don't know how that works out. Should I just do all? I used to do art for free, by the way. With that said, since it's one of my only sources of income, I think that's asking a little bit too much of me. I used to do things for free for my friends, even as a VTuber, but since I lost my job like 2 to 3 years ago, it's one of my only sources of income, and I can barely pay the bills, my monthly bills, as is, so I think that's completely untenable, yes. I think my pricing is actually on the low side as well, at 25 for a full art project, full art piece. Can I call her now? yet I can. Okay. Oh, I guess I'll take a walk over here, see if I can find anything. No combat during the day, so we can freely explore what this place is all about. Nothing here. What's this place? Museum. Eh. What's this? High-rise apartment? It's like Obayashi's apartment. Yes, this is a PS1 game. It's called Bloody Bride. Is it an RPG? It's a dating sim. Rather than an RPG. It's a dating sim with RPG elements. A hunter, huh? He's a Belmont. I think we already defeated quite a few hunters in town, actually. That's so good. She's kinda cute. It was destiny. Now then. Wait a minute. PC is kind of slowing down because it was writing to disk or something. I'll be right back with the game, or at least with a game. Wanna test something out real quickly. I didn't get to play much of the game today, did I now? But it's okay, I enjoyed the discussion portion. I'm trying to follow the moving poster. I can almost sync with it. Now then. See how well this works. Is Ronnie in the house? You wanna get something done? It's all about taking the initiative. Or something. You need this. I guess I'm your local AI. I don't know how to play this. Do I want to learn how to play this? I don't think I do. Bleep, 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 bleep. Oh no! Bleep, 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 bleep. Try skip this, try skip this. Haha! Let's go! I have no idea. Anyway, since you were mentioning it, I thought I just try to see if I can get it running. It's all about taking the initiative. I'm using Ryujinx. I'm using Ryujinx, by the way. There's endless challenge levels. Yeah, I don't think you can connect online using this one. Made by people around the world. Seen that many people create impossible levels. Consulting local AI? Consulting old llama AI? I mean, just run it with Ryujinx, that's all. Yeah, it's Mario Maker 2. Ronnie was talking about trying to get this to run on an emulator. So, me being Elle, I just, it's all about taking the initiative or something. I just ran it right away. You take the initiative! Don't wait! He? Ha 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 ha! I just ran it in Ryujinx. You need a me with an ID. Nope. I cannot get this online. I'm pretty sure I can. Ha ha ha. Anyways, I just use Ryujinx. I use the emulator Ryujinx. Very easy. It just works right away. Getting the ROM is the harder part. Oh, that's enough of that. 8 runs is fine. Ryujinx. What up, Logan? I just spent a few hours talking about Final Fantasy 6. A video on Final Fantasy 6. Back to our regularly scheduled game. Hello? Hello? What, is Sunday already? Bruh. What? I thought just a day passed. Well, you know. So, the entire week just passes by, huh? Okay, understood. I did not expect that. Too easy. RPG Maker sounds. RPG Maker presentation. Bessie says this is probably not RPG Maker. I'm like, you sure about that? Because, it's a game from a bigger company. They probably wouldn't use RPG Maker. They totally would, I tell you. Where are we going? I have no idea. Let's just take a walk. Wait, that's a different area. Mario 1 levels have newer mechanics but still faithful enough. What's this? Ah, I see. Let's try calling someone. I think she's mad now. Or not.
お出かけでございます。
Yeah. Oh yeah, she tried to electrocute me last time. Actually, she totally electrocuted me last time. But I'm a vampire, so it's all good. It's like in Bloodstained, Ritual of the Night. If you kill all the Alucard, you can just return to the library, and it'll be like vampire. Remember? Oh, his name is OD. OD, you're alive. Vampire. Remember? Why is he here? we've also got a date the next day. You're not a human though, you're a flippin' vampire. I didn't forget the date this time.
いってらっしゃいませ。お気をつけて。
なんだか気分のいい日だわ。
Let her have fun. I learned that with rowing, if you're rowing on your own, it's important to alternate. Left, right, row on the left side, row on the right side in order to go straight. Unless, you have two oars, then you can use both oars at once. Tanoshikatta. Alright, that was a success, I'd say. So we're going to save that. Let's see if she'll go for a night date with me now. I guess not. Well, that sucks. What's this? There's some kind of... He's a vampire hunter.
この時をどれだけ待っていたことか。浅ましきよう豆。この僕に出会ったのが運の尽きと思え。
Is Jinguji.
か弱き女性たちを守るのが僕の使命。 人呼んで麗しの獅子。このヴァンパイアハン
Oh,
ターレイは
he's a
貴様を
vampire
闇に
hunter.
返してやろう。
It's just Jinguji though. Oh, you asked for it. Three damage. You're dead. He was not very strong, was he now? Found your pro controller, EA. Yep, that was totally Jinguji. He's more like a comedy relief character than an actual villain. There's a last curve for Nate. Oh, she's an artist. Huh? What does that sound? Oh, doggos. Oh, a doggo and a cat. She seems nice enough. Hey, let's try asking her for a date. Persistence. It's all about taking the initiative. Alright, she agreed. Guess I'll go to the shop or something. See if I can buy some stuff. You just call them all afternoon until they agree. I know, right? What you got? Spirit piece, charm piece, earring. I bought all the magics. I got everything. Mostly everything. Alright. Date time. What we got?
今日はずいぶん体調がいいの。お天気がいいからかしら。
Nice weather. She liked it. Or dating sim, Thousand Arms dating system is much better actually. Let's go beat up some monsters or something. Alright, this sticky is not needed anymore. I have no idea what all those are. I think those will become relevant later. Too easy. I have no idea what all these stats are. I mean, all they do is investigate for me, so... It's all good. Like this. The school, okay. This one looks different. Just bring everyone to double digits, I'd say. Should be about time for the day to end, or the night to end anyway. After you level up a bit, these monsters become super easy. Is Baxter Stockman? Almost died there. Better go home. Actually, maybe I don't need to. What next? Guess I should focus on intelligence now. He seems rather confident. Sarah is boring. No, he's a vampire hunter. He could be a vampire pretending to be a vampire hunter. Ah yes, she seems like Ronnie's type of girl. The one with the round cleavage is a devil, so she's one of my servants. Yeah, I got rejected twice, whatever. I gotta study for the exam or something. She can serve you, I guess. You bought it! Wonderful. Tonight on the Monday show, Mario Maker 2 on Ryujinx. Ha 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 ha. Well, that was easy this time. Gotta be a nerd for a while. another event. What? Apparently I did not do well even with my high intelligence. More men would make you feel better. Ooh, kinky. With these girls, he says, I only saw one girl. Does that mean the others are coming along? We got a date.
いってらっしゃいませ。お気をつけて。
いってらっしゃい。
ねえねえ、早く行こ
う。Hey, he's cute in this outfit, I gotta say. We'll need to draw that Shima pad. She didn't like that. Sad. I thought it was funny. Oyobi desu ka? Okay, let's get to the pool party thing. The beach episode, or the pool episode, I mean.
お待たせしました。ただいま帰ってまいりました。
See if she'll agree now. Meh. Okay. She refused again. Let's go beat up some monsters or something.
いってらっしゃいませ。お気をつけて。
Oh, it's just a fish thing. That doesn't hurt. What is my favorite trope in those high school anime? Good question. Which I don't have a good answer to. Favorite trope. Can't say I can really think of one right now. What's yours? Summer festival. I guess the obligatory beach episode, wherein they slice some watermelon. Here's a vampire hunter. And some freak accident happens. Also the test of courage thing, which is a lot more common in visual novels, I guess. Some interesting things tend to happen. Actually, doesn't Takagi-san have all of those? What this? Oh, okay. Makimura's house. Uneventful. Also, no date. When is the I'll try calling someone else. Well, that was easy. There's also the vacation to some resort wherein everyone plays table tennis and some hot bath incident happens. On that note, I like that part in Toradora. That's it. Okay. Time sure flew by very fast. Guess I'll go work out or something. Take time is
お気をつけて。
こんにちは。
Konnichiwa.
いいお天気ね。
It's a nice weather, isn't it? Okay. Actually, she's kind of pretty as well. Right here. Not when she does that, though. Eh? Just because she was not comfy with rowing. Wouldn't that be an opportunity to get more intimate with physical contact? Here we go, the pool episode. What's up, Moonrise? Okay. You notice the new outfit? Arigachudayo. Time to catch her changing or something. Or not. How uneventful. Oh, there we go. What's the occasion? Nothing really. I just wanted to make a new outfit. He's a pro. See what Eric is up to. See the background, that's actually done in watercolors or gouache, actually. Like, we could totally do something like this, right? Can you guys, especially those who have been doing drawing with Elle with me, Crackula and DJ Ronnie G, can you guys picture how you might paint something like this? Look how simple the background is. I'm pretty sure you guys can do something like this, right? You can picture out how to plan how to do this type of painting and then actually do it yourself, right? It's easy! What? Be interesting making that sky. It would come from the whites of the paper, of course. Here is the watermelon splitting thing I was talking about. Exactly, preserving the whites. And adding slight accents with a blue to make it's just you can choose just one blue color. Well, let's try to hit Jinguji, I guess. I hit it. What did I hit? Okay. I thought I did Jinguji or something. Okay. I mean, Jinguji is a professional scuba diver. We're all gonna lose soon. Yay! Not bad. Huh, that cake could use a bit more refinement, but not too bad. Let's take a screenshot. Bruh? It's not a bra, it's just a top. Yay! I'm sure she'll agree this time. I think my relationship points with her are getting high. The hidden relationship points. She kinda cray-cray, but I think she's the cutest one. So far. The other two are hags. Okay, let's continue. This'll be the last time. Fortunately, I just save state, so I don't need to actually save the game. How could you get abducted? There's like plenty of people here. So he is a vampire. What's this? Something? Oh. Oh, it's real. We're really going to fight, huh? Okay. So she really did get abducted. Like that, fish person. Ah, 4 damage, you're dead. Okay. Bliss. we're going to believe her now. You love RPG Maker Slap. This is a PS1 game though. As soon as I get to savor something. Look at the calendar system it has. It's Persona! Who is this? No, I don't like her. No! I don't like her. Well, can we just ignore her? I just ignore her. Anyways, so we'll continue this next time. I'm done with that for now. Okay, I'll be back tomorrow doing a commission for Orc Chief Reviews, who has already paid me for said commission, but I don't know what he wants me to draw. Anyways, yeah, getting sleepy, so thanks for watching today, and I guess the best part of the stream was the conversation about Final Fantasy 6, and as well as Chrono Trigger and Chrono Cross. Alright, with that said, thank you guys for watching. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Alexis, and we're out of here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ignite the sky, I won't look away. I'll fly through the tears, through the doubt, through the pain. Even if I break, even if I fall, I'll answer the call. To a world in motion, signals racing through the night. Every star is pulling me forward like I draw the line. This is my side. If hope is fragile, let it be. I'll protect it endlessly. Ignite